We're ready when you are, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. A special meeting of the Sacramento City Council will please come to order. Would the clerk please call the roll so that we may establish a quorum?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Ashby.
Here.
Councilmember Warren.
Here.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Harris.
Here.
Councilmember Hanson.
Here.
Councilmember Chenier.
Here.
Councilmember Guerra.
Here.
Councilmember Jennings.
Here.
Councilmember Carr.
Here.
And Mayor Steinberg.
I am here. Good afternoon to everyone. Welcome to my colleagues. Welcome to the city staff. Most importantly, welcome to the members of the public who are following today's hearing. Of course, we will have a full opportunity for public participation. I'd like to outline how we, well, first of all, I always forget. I would like us all to rise, if you would, for a moment. Please, I'd ask Councilmember Guerra, if you would, to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
All right, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Guerra. To repeat what I was, or pick up where I left off, the public will have a full opportunity to participate in today's very important hearing on police reform. And the way we intend to proceed is as follows. We have one item, but a number of subparts to the item. And we would go in this order. Number one, we want to begin with the discussion of the police department and the Advanced Peace Project relating to alleviating gang violence in our community. That'll be an oral report with Julius Thibodeau from Advanced Peace, Chief Hahn and the police leadership, and then, of course, a council discussion. Secondly, we will have the police department report on their actions around the 8 Can't Wait initiative, which is the national movement to move police departments towards meeting various important reform proposals. Third, we are going to have Mario Guerrero, who is the chair of our Sacramento Community Police Review Commission, to bring forward the commission's recommendations, many of them relating to the 8 Can't Wait initiative, but beyond that. And so we really look forward to that. And I'll introduce Mario further as we get to him and the commission's report. Fourth, I'm going to present on my proposal to create an inspector general position within our Office of Public Safety Accountability. And we will vote to set a direction. I will then make a presentation on 911 alternative response model, what I call an Office of Community Response. And of course, we will have a discussion and hopefully provide direction as well. Next, we are going to look to take positions on 2 significant legislative bills, Assembly Bill 1506 by Assemblymember McCarty from Sacramento and Assembly Bill 2054 by Assemblymember Kamlager from Los Angeles. And then finally, we will have a discussion about the other ideas that various members have brought forward that the council has not acted upon so that we can set a schedule, if you will, for hearing those items. And so we won't take any votes on any of the items until we've heard from the public, until, of course, the council has had a full opportunity to weigh in. But I want us to hear all of these items and then take the public testimony on any or all parts of the package, and then we can go to council deliberations. And so it may be a long evening, but it's a very, very important evening as we begin the next phase of police and public safety reform in our city. I've said a number of times this is not the beginning, certainly, but it is not the middle and it is not the end. But the initiatives that we seek to launch this evening, I hope, will represent the beginnings of true systemic reform in answer to what is happening in our community and in our country. But let us begin with the police department and the advanced peace update on gang activity.
Thank you, Mayor.
Chief Hahn.
What's that?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Floor is yours.
thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As you know, I'm your Police Chief, Daniel Hahn, and I wanted to go over a little bit about the violence we've seen in our community over the last several weeks. So over the last month, we have seen a significant increase in violence in our neighborhoods. This year so far, year to date, we have had 23 homicides. Actually, it's 24 after last night in our city compared to 18 homicides the same period last year. Recently, since late May, a little over a month, we have seen a 50% increase in homicides and a 66% increase in shootings where people were struck by gunfire and survived. In the city of Sacramento, there have been 9 homicides, 10 as of last night in this time period, and at least 2 homicides in the unincorporated areas of the county. Within the city of Sacramento, we have had 19 shootings that resulted in 35 victims. Some victims have been juveniles, one as young as 13 years old. During a 4-week period, our shot spotter system, which is a system that detects gunfire in in about 8 miles of our 100 square mile city, detected over 476 gunshot rounds fired in our city. If you count the unincorporated areas that have shot spotter in the sheriff's jurisdiction, that would be over 800 rounds fired in that month period in our area. Our officers have recovered over 74 firearms since late May, and over 190 firearms have been recovered if you count the police department and the sheriff's department. We believe much of this violence has been related to gang activity. We are working to have extra presence in our impacted neighborhoods and working with community organizations and community leaders to prevent further people from being murdered. There are short-term and long-term solutions needed. In the short term, we need to continue working together to prevent future murders. And in the long term, we need to change the opportunities and situations in our city that can definitely work better at preventing violence in our neighborhoods. These are the core issues that need to be addressed so everyone has an opportunity to live in environments which support all people and allow all people to thrive. And with that, that concludes my presentation on the last month or so, Mayor, and I turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Chief. I know I'm going to want to turn this over to Councilmember Jennings at any point, since he has been, I think, our de facto council lead on the issue of gang violence intervention. But we want to hear from the Advanced Peace Program here. And Julius, we want to welcome you and ask you to present on what Advanced Peace is doing, how it is helping deal with a crisis situation in our community.
Good day, Mayor, council members. One of the things that we anticipated, and I believe Chief Hahn and his officers also anticipated, is that there would be an uptick in violence once we reopen. And one of the things we were trying to anticipate is being at these spots where our fellows normally wouldn't interact with one another and wouldn't cross each other's path. So what we've been doing now, of course, after this incident, what we're talking about is a melee that took place at Discovery Park, which has really been the sole source of the uptick in violence, and things have just went haywire from there. I don't know how many of you are aware, of the video of the melee where you could just see pretty much everyone who participated in, and that's been unfortunately the most activity has come from those two neighborhoods in the South and in the Oak Park area. With that being said, with COVID-19, we've had to adjust to our life skills classes have been suspended. Of course, our transformational travel has been suspended. We've been doing Zoom calls with our junior fellowship, and of course, still trying to stay with consistent contact with the senior fellows. Of course, as of late, since that melee, that has been extremely difficult up until I would say probably about a week ago. We are able to get those lines of communication open again. We've been trying to keep a heavy presence at the hot spots where we anticipate these shootings taking place or possible gang violence taking place. Unfortunately, it's spilled over all over the city. You have it from happening everywhere, from freeways to people's grandmothers' homes. So, with that being said, we also are trying to get some auxiliary support and bring in other organizations and partner with other organizations where we can increase our presence, increase our outreach, our street outreach, to whom we believe are the individuals and the gangs that are responsible for the uptick in violence. And also just trying to be mindful, too, that, COVID-19 has exacerbated, this situation. And you have so many young people who've never been confined to quarters, never been in a situation where they've been in solitary confinement. And I don't think many of these young people have ever experienced a pandemic to this nature. So with that being said, we're pivoting, adjusting to not being able to do some of our best practices that we use and have implemented to keep violence at a low. And we're starting to gain ground in that area, and just really just looking forward to being able to increase our presence and actually get some auxiliary help, just temporary help, by reaching out to other organizations like religious organizations and other CBOs here in the city of Sacramento to try to get a hold of this thing and get this thing under control.
So, all right, we thank you so much for your good work and your presentation. And I'm going to turn it over to Rick in a minute. I guess one of the questions, I was and remain a strong supporter of advanced peace because I think we need multiple ways and multiple strategies to track this problem. We need law enforcement, strong law enforcement, but we also need that intervention that advanced peace promises. How do we, though, evaluate the success of a project like advanced peace as policymakers when it comes to money and who should get the money and all of that? How do we do that when a lot of the work that you're doing is sort of behind the scenes?
Well, I would say so. Most of the things that we were doing weren't. I understand what you're saying with the senior fellowship, but a lot of the work isn't behind the scenes. It's just whether or not you're interested or not. As far as we've taken young people. First of all, the fellowship that we comprise, most of the fellows that are enrolled in Advanced Peace have never seen, 95% of them have never received any type of services from any community-based organization. Everything that they do at Advanced Peace is a first, whether it's going to a football game, to a basketball game, getting anger management, actually talking to a therapist for the first time. All these things are first for them, because in short, they're the only way to reduce gun violence. Well, I won't say the only way, but in addition to law enforcement, great prevention work, I think it's important that we have to understand that we have to address the population that actually carries and uses guns. There's no way around that. I've heard a lot of antidotes and a lot of ideas about from young somehow we'll be able to eliminate this problem. But that's totally ignoring the pipeline where these older guys are using our young men as early as age 12, 13 to do their dirty work. So with that being said, I do understand what you mean in regards to mentoring and not having the same structure with the senior fellowship that you see with the junior fellowship. It's much more difficult to get the guys age ranging 18 to 29 and sometimes even older in a classroom setting on a regular basis. But we have that with the junior fellowship. You're welcome to drop by at any time. We're still working with developing our AP workshop, and that's also a first, which includes young people from all three AP zones: South Sacramento, Oak Park, and Del Paso Heights. I would be safe to say that that's possibly a first for that particular population as well. One of the things that we're trying to do with the older population is to get them, of course, prior to this, we were working on getting them to be more visible. We've had internships with the older population. A couple of the senior fellows have met our city manager, Mr. Howard Chan. And a lot of the times these opportunities for the public to actually see, they aren't there. So I agree with you in regards for public visibility and being able to, like you say, gauge the work of Advanced Peace. But that's where we're counting on. We are counting on our leaders in the city to come and stop by our workshops and our programs where you can vouch for the work that's being done, because it's so difficult for them to even take that initial step to be a part of a program and to actually want to do something to work towards having a complete paradigm shift in the way that they think and the way that they solve problems, because they don't have any problem. They're actually proud of the erroneous way that they go about problem solving. They don't have conflict resolution skills. We're trying to convince them not to resort to gun violence as the first option in their means of problem solving.
Fair enough. Thank you for answering the question. Councilman Jennings, do you want to step in here?
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to kind of weigh in here for a second. And I want to start by just complimenting our police department on the work that they have been doing throughout the whole city, not just in this particular area, but in the whole city. And when you start throwing out numbers of 23 homicides and 50% increase in homicides from last year, 66% increase in shootings, 476 gunshot rounds in Shot Stopper, and 800 in the county and the city. And much of this is related to gang violence. When I came on the council in 2014, we didn't have a gang task force at all. And we've been doing pretty well with the limited amount of resources that we've had with the gang task force in getting into the intervention and prevention work. But to be quite frank, we're going to need a much bigger investment if we're going to truly turn this problem around. We are outnumbered as far as the resources compared to the number of people who have grown up in this lifestyle. And we have to make a significant investment. For whatever reason, COVID-19 money cannot be used for this field. And yet we've seen the uptick since the COVID-19 virus has taken place. I mean, every indicator tells us that it's having a significant effect, especially on this population, and yet we can't justify using those dollars. And so what I'm going to have to do is come to the general to the general budget in order to ask for resources that are going to allow us to invest in this population in ways that we've never seen it before. We don't have enough resources. We don't have enough people on the street. We're talking about organizations like Big Homie, Brother to Brother, Healing the Hood, Growing Oak Park, Advanced Peace, and Junior Fellowship to cover the whole city from a community-based organization standpoint. And it's by no means enough based on the number of issues that we have in this whole gang activity. So we need more resources, and I would ask us to really sit down in a workshop environment to take a look at the problems that we have compared to the resources that we're putting to it.
Well, I think that's a very good suggestion. I want to come back to that in a minute here as we conclude this part of it. And of course, we'll get public testimony at the end because we're not taking formal action here. But is there any other member that wants to weigh in on this question? Councilman Carr?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Julius, do you submit an activity report of any kind showing the number of people being mentored, the number of people who come into classes, the number of people who are taking any other program that you're in? You're muted, Julius.
Yeah,
Councilman McCarr, can I answer that question for you?
Sure.
Yeah. Julius is a program director for Advanced Peace. And because the director of the Gang Intervention and Prevention Task Force is no longer with us and we haven't filled that position, Julius is trying to do two things at one time. And it's impossible for him to do it because he's undermanned and understaffed. And so we can't expect him to do the work that we would have had our former director do when he's out there working every day in the street with the fellows and the junior fellows, trying to do everything he can to help them to reach their potential outside of the gang life. So the things like the reports that we were accustomed to getting when Khalid was here, we're not getting those right now. We're going through the hiring process to put someone in that position. But right now, it's impossible to ask Julius to do that work.
Councilman Schneer?
Thanks. So I think, number one, just thank you, Joyce. And, you know, I've been a really big supporter of Advanced Peace. I actually go back further. I think one of the biggest mistakes we made was getting rid of ceasefire and not doing that program with fidelity. And I think we're still paying the price for that because it was a very comprehensive look at what gang members were doing and with solutions. The thing that I wanted to address, and I totally agree with Councilmember Jennings. I'd love to have a workshop on this because it's not very straightforward, and how, whether it's Advanced Peace or Brothers to Brother or whomever, how people report and how we see what they're doing is important. And I don't know that we have that ability under the current situation. One of the things that concerns me greatly, and Mayor, you said we have lots of strategies, which is true, and we do need lots of strategies, whether it's long-term prevention, and talked to the chief quite a few times about that, and I think he agrees we need to do that, but that doesn't solve today's problem, and it may not reach necessarily the populations that need to be reached. But you know, whomever it is, we need one comprehensive strategy for the city that has components of it. And a component may be Advanced Peace, and a component may be Brother to Brother. And certainly a component is what I think the police department is doing. The thing that concerns me greatly is that we don't seem to have coordination between the different folks who are doing that work. And there's no umbrella here of a comprehensive strategy that we're trying to work together on. I've heard, I don't want to go into the weeds on it. I've heard different reasons why. Councilmember Jennings and I have talked about this some, and Julius, and I know there was at one point a coming together of Advanced Peace in the police department, but that hasn't seemed to hold. So I think that just as we're trying to do with homelessness, I think an outcome of the workshop that we would do would be a comprehensive strategy and then see where the pieces fit together. But if the pieces can't talk to each other, then we're not using our resources very wisely. So that would be the first thing. And then I think we absolutely, and I want to support Councilmember Carr here, we absolutely need to get to the data piece to see what we're paying for and what the results are of that. And I don't think that we are able to do that right now, whether it's because we don't have enough person power or whatever. We have had a tremendous uptick, and we can ascribe a lot of that to COVID and other things, but we're behind the curve on this, it seems to me. And we need to get ahead of the curve. And part of that is long-term prevention. Part of that is redefining how we think about public safety, I think. But part of it all is that we have people working together to make sure we all get to the same place at the same time, with backed by data that we're doing it in the right way. So I would hope that, Mr. Jennings, as we do a workshop, those would be some of the results that we would go for.
I absolutely support that, all that information about data and resources and everything. And I think the workshop will let us see very clearly that this recent uptick in gang activity and homicide and shooting and additional guns that we're seeing, when we take a look at the amount of resources that we are putting towards this area, this one area, you will see that they are totally incompatible. When you have this kind of problem with the limited amount of resources that we're putting at the problem, you can't expect anything different. So I'm going to, at the workshop, you will see very clearly why the resources that we have devoted as a city do not support the problem that we're seeing right now. And when this problem dies down, we'll be fine again. But when it upticks again, we will not have the resources to be able to address the issues that we see in front of us right now. We will not have made the investment to change the outcome. We need to invest in programs and services that are preventive and intervention, that do both at the same time over a period of time, short-term and long-term strategies. And we need to make that investment.
Isn't this the dilemma facing our entire city here? When it comes to following through on our Measure U promises, money for the community, money for prevention, money for youth, and yet our budget is swallowed whole by a lot of, quote, other obligations. And I would assert tonight that one of the things I hope that comes out of this is that we recommit a way to finding a way to get that money back in addition to COVID, because COVID, as we are finding in this instance, is really restrictive. And this is another example of why this is not just an academic discussion about where the money goes, but it is in fact very, very real. Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to thank Julius and also Councilmember Jennings. I know when I first got on the council, Councilmember Jennings wanted to restart the youth gang prevention and intervention task force, and I proud that we got going on that piece and saw that we made some strides to see that the numbers last year were very positive. But I think to underscore the point that Councilmember Jennings made, the resource allocation to the outcome is not equivalent. And I think Julius made a critical point, was that so many of our young kids are being influenced and also have been in a situation where they themselves have been under-resourced from day one. From not having early childhood education, not having the opportunity to experience different mentors, to not understand, not having the ability to find what other ways to mediate challenges amongst themselves. And so I think the influences that they have are, they're set to fail from the beginning because of their under-resourced from the beginning. So I also agree that, one, we have to continue to make this targeted focus on youth, particularly those. I know in my own council district, there are 5 generations families who have struggled with this challenge, and if you drive by the neighborhood, you see that it's been under resourced. Two, I want to also say that coordination, just kind of like Councilmember Chenier said, I think figuring out how to better coordinate all our efforts is going to be is critical. But the piece that I think that we cannot forget, because we're talking about neighborhood challenges and youth challenges, is that neighborhood credibility. We have to make sure that we're working with folks in the neighborhood that can build, that can have that credibility to be able to impact and connect with the youth, because that is, I think, the way we start to bring people in. And I think how Councilman Carr's mentioned before, it's not a thing we're going to do overnight. We got to do. It's going to be phases, and it's going to be able to. But we'll be able to do it if we are resourcing our commitment to youth early on for long-term dividends. We have an immediate problem right now that needs intervention, but we can't forget about the bigger picture, which is how do we start this long-term commitment to youth.
Thank you, Councilman Guerra. Let me turn it over to Councilmember Ashby.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, Julius, thank you for coming on a Zoom call with us. And, I've been a skeptic of advanced peace from the beginning. It's not that I don't like the concept or the idea. I do. I've just never been able to get my mind around the idea of advanced peace being an outside organization coming in. I think that's probably changing some now because you've been here for a while. But I still feel like the partnerships are lacking. And one reason I feel that way is because anecdotally, I know that some of the groups that are really embedded, like, for example, in Oak Park, that have been able to bridge some gaps. And I know you know how it works. You have to have trust with this person and that person, and you guys are building that and working on it through your fellowship program. But I guess I just feel like, and maybe this is the lack of having Khalid's position filled, as Councilmember Jennings said, I don't feel like we have the data points we need to know if these precious few dollars that we're spending are being spent the right way, or if we should be doing like multiple grants with multiple entities. I really, really want to find a way to get the $2 million that does include you, I know, and has Healing the Hood in it, and Voices of Youth, and Brother to Brother, and was supposed to be a COVID response. And Councilmember Jennings mentioned that was, for some reason, has been tagged as non-COVID eligible. I personally am ready to fight back on that. Mm-hmm. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's accurate or right. I know it's a finding of our city attorney. I'm ready to push back on that. I've been ready. I wanted to bring it up last night, but after 8 hours, I was tired. So, I'm willing to fight that fight, Rick, as soon as we get off of this call, if you want to talk about how we pick up on that piece, because I'm the council member who lost 2 teenagers to suicide in the first 3 weeks of this. You will never convince me that our youth are not being mentally health negative impacted by COVID, and thus turning to things like violence. I literally buried 2 teenagers over it. So, I don't believe that. And I think that we should come back and fight that another way. And we have got to find that money, especially for Healing the Hood, which is, our Black Child Legacy's outreach arm. That has got to happen, and it's got to happen before we go on break. And I want to help you, Rick. So let's talk about that. Julius, what I continue to crave from you is just the data to say I was wrong, and they're doing it, right? I just want that so bad. And I want to know how you're building those relationships in the community and how many people, you've been able to help. And so I would love to do a workshop too. I actually agree with every word that came out of Jay Chenier's mouth. And I think, if we could get to a workshop setting where we really dug into the details, it would give Julius an opportunity to, be more free with what's happening too, and that he could lay out for us and bring in some support staff to help him tell his story. And then we could invite other partners too, right, to come to the table, and we could figure out how we want to do that. But I agree, Jay said communication's critical, and that's not just with us. In fact, least important is with us. But if there's no communication happening between the networks of providers out there and our police department, we're just not going to get anywhere. So, yeah, we have two precious resources.
Thank you.
I love the idea.
So I want to move on. I just want to make a suggestion here because Councilmember Ashby mentioned, and it is the fact that we're a 2-week summer recess after this, and we won't be convening until the 21st of July. And I know that there's been a lot of talk and a lot of work, Councilmember Jennings especially, Councilmember Chenier with the city manager and staff, about, for example, trying to free up $250,000 of the existing gang task force budgeted for some form of either hybrid advanced peace / healing the hood, some form of it. And I know Brother to Brother, which has a very good reputation, has stated its willingness to help out here. What if we approached it this way? And again, we want to hear from the public, but just plant the seed. If we were to say, let's take that $250 and follow through on that right away under the city manager's authority. If we were to say, despite the COVID legal concerns, that we found $250 out of COVID and shaped it in a way that was clearly COVID related. And then we took in another $250 out of the general fund, which is not, rich at this point, but out of the general fund, it had $750,000 on top of the pop-ups, which we committed to last night, which are COVID eligible, and we can get 1.3 to take us to the end of the year, which is prevention, upstream prevention, and then you would have $2+ million, if you will, out of a combination of mostly COVID, but some out of the existing budget, and then another $250 out of the general fund, and we'd be off to the races without having to wait until July 21st and the workshop, which is important, but is longer term thinking. We would then be moving. I just plant that seed.
Mayor, can I just ask a question? What are you doing with the $750? I don't have a clear picture of that.
I don't know yet. I know that there is a combination of, this is what I know, combination of advanced peace, healing the hood, and healing the hood. It's a combination.
It's got Brother to Brother and Voices Youth and Black Child Legacy too.
Exactly. And the healing the hood proposal, which I've now read, is both comprehensive and a little bit generic. It's a combination of both. So I would leave it to this. I would delegate to the city manager over this couple week period to work with the lead council members, maybe work with the mayor too, and to take these 3 pots of money, $750, and then to figure out how we deploy it in the most effective way possible. That's, I think, a good way to get started here.
If I may, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
So let me give you an alternative on that. I don't have a problem spending the $750,000 on these items. We do a couple of things with the gang intervention money, right? And Rick, you can correct me where I'm wrong here, but we have about $1 million in the budget for that today. And what we were trying to work on was getting Brother to Brother situated both in Oak Park and Meadowview for an extra $250,000, which they're able to do. And that's something that Chris Conlon and the city manager were working on. We actually could use, and I think this is a better, it's the same dollar amount, and as you say, green is green. If we use the gang intervention money to do gang intervention, spend that today, we could backfill COVID money into the grants that go out to community-based organizations, which are more prevention-oriented and could, I think, be an easier sell on COVID.
I'm good with that. Green is green. I was just trying to figure out a quick way to get authority to the manager to get about $750,000 out the door, but using existing resources.
Yeah, right. And we have that money in the budget today. So we could use that and then backfill it.
I think also
Mayor,
what that also does.
I got to remind the council
that this is on the agenda for an update on the gang activity. So you are really going far afield of what's on the agenda. There's no action item as part of this report.
We understand. We're just trying to see if we can give some direction here because we're in the middle of a gang crisis.
So Mayor, let me say this. We appreciate the offer that's on the table. And what I will show this entire council, and we can agendize this for a more immediate action, is the need for your 750 plus more to solve this immediate issue that we have in front of us. Again, 23 homicides compared to 18 last year, this time, 50% increase in homicides, 66% increase in shooting, 470 gunshot rounds in our city, and 800 in the city and the county. We not only have a problem in our city right now, we have a problem in the city and the county. And it's going to take more resources than the 850, but I'll take the 750. I'll take that because I think it's important that we move forward immediately with strategies that will help us to stop this shooting.
So we're going to ask the manager to we'll agendize this for July 21st. And in the meantime, we're going to work with the city manager to front load whatever we have to do because you're not going to get 750 out the door in 2 weeks anyways. So we'll agendize this for the 21st. And in the meantime, he'll work within his authority to help get started and deployed whatever needs to be over the next 2 weeks. How about that?
It works.
I'll work with Councilmember Jennings on this piece with the existing resources that we have.
Mayor?
Yeah.
I know we need to move on, but for me, I'm good with Jay's strategy because it frees up money now before we go on break. But I hear Susanna's admonishment. So it's just not good enough to me. I don't think we should accept that COVID money can't be used for this, and I want to fight back on that.
Okay, and July 21st, you can fight back.
Well, I'm going to make that call. So here's what I'm telling Susanna. I'm going to call you when this meeting's over, Susanna, because I want to better understand why we're not pushing back harder on that. And I think if we dug deeper with Healing the Hood and this group, that you would see that everything that they're doing is about addressing the mental health of young people who are trapped in their homes because of COVID, who are turning to violence. That is 100% what they're doing. And we have got to get the money out the door. And I believe we could get $2 million out the door before we come back from that break. So I know we've been admonished. So Susanna, I'll call you right after the meeting.
That's fine. All I've said is the information I have was very superficial, and we need more information. I have consistently said that.
Okay.
And so can I add one quick thing, Mayor? One of the things that you guys can do to strengthen the argument is that we were trending in the right direction, and we've had historical lows in regards to homicides prior to COVID-19. You for the first time in the history of Sacramento, you had no juvenile homicides 2 years consecutively running. You also had numbers trending down in all of the AP zones. What you're experiencing right now because of COVID-19 is you're experiencing all out neighborhood wars instead of the usual, bad guys, because every gang member isn't necessarily a shooter.
Mr. Hewitt wrote a lengthy memo, on the same subject today. Look, I'm just trying to plant a seed here. We work with 750 for now. It can be more later, whatever. Let's get going. The manager's got the 250 authority now. We can agendize the broader thing on the 21st. It can include COVID because that was part of what I suggested. Jay said maybe that can be a backfill. Maybe it can be a front fill. It doesn't matter. Well, we got to get money to the community and to the leaders who are on the front lines of fighting this now.
Right.
And so let's focus on that. Okay.
So Mayor, just in closing, thank you for the direction for my entire council. I also want to thank all those that are out there on the street every single day making a difference in this area. They are working. They are great partners. They just need additional resources, which we're talking about right now. We'll come back on the 21st with an incredible presentation to show you the progress we've made since 2014 and up to date, and the issue that we have in front of us. And then we'll talk about the resources that are needed to truly attack this issue.
Okay, so good. Let us move on then to the next part of this. A good discussion. Julius, thank you again. And I think this discussion tonight and the leadership of Mr. Jennings and others, the other members here focused us, Angelique and Jay and everybody else focused us on moving forward. And thank you to the police chief and thank you to the city manager, who I know has been spending a lot of time on these very, very important issues, and the city attorney as well, and the community that's out there pushing very, very hard. Okay, let's now move to the next item, which is the 8 Can't Wait initiative. And we want the department to present its view of what it is doing here in terms of how we comply with 8 Can't Wait. Then we'll hear from Mr. Guerrero after that. Chief Hahn, welcome back.
Thank you, Mayor. So before I introduce Captain Rudy Chan to go over where we stand as a department regarding the 8 Can't Wait, let me start by saying that we are a department that is forward-looking and acknowledges we must address the issue of trust in our community and how we can be more effective in ensuring all people are safe and can thrive in our city. This council, I might also note and remind folks, has also passed a council policy on use of force in 2016 and revised it yesterday that is focused on transparency and safety, such as setting forth one of the most progressive video release policies in the country. We have also, as a department, asked the California Department of Justice and Attorney General Becerra to conduct a review of our department and provide recommendations. We have asked Stanford University and the Center for Policing Equity to also review aspects of our department and the relationship between SACPD and our community. And we have also partnered with organizations and community members around the issue of implicit bias and relational policing. We do this to better equip our members, both professional staff and sworn staff, to serve this diverse city, to ensure we have a trusting relationship with everyone in our community, and ultimately to ensure our city is a place where all people can have hopes and dreams and pursue those hopes and dreams in a safe and supportive environment. And with that, I'd like to introduce Captain Rudy Chan over the 8 Can't Wait recommendations and where we are.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Captain Rudy Chan, and I oversee the Police Department's Professional Standards Unit, which is in charge of maintaining and revising our general orders and policies. Tonight, I'd like to present to you the use of force policies currently used by the Sacramento Police Department as it pertains to the 8 Can't Wait policy reform project. First of all, I'd like to say that the Sacramento Police Department has been doing in-depth revisions of our use of force policy for the past several years, in part based on recent changes in state law, upon community concern and with community input and council guidance in the aftermath of several tragic, critical, police-related incidents in the city. This is where we currently stand in regards to the 8 Can't Wait policies in an effort to produce safer outcomes for both citizens as well as our police officers. First policy point is ban chokeholds. Effective June 6th of 2020, the use of the carotid control hold was suspended indefinitely as an approved technique and is no longer taught or authorized for use by SACPD officers. The official policy was revised and signed by the Chief of Police on June 8th of 2020 and is now posted on SACPD's transparency webpage. SACPD no longer authorizes nor teaches the use of any carotid control hold and does not teach or authorize any other type of neck restraint. This policy is in line with the California Attorney General's recent policy recommendations of June 15th of 2020. And it also follows the DOJ recommendations to SACPD in their report of 2019. Furthermore, this policy is now in line with the new council policy passed yesterday on use of force of June 30th of 2020. We believe that our policy now complies with the 8 Can't Wait recommendations that agencies restrict or prohibit the use of chokeholds, strangleholds, and carotid restraints. The second policy point is requiring de-escalation. The SACPD use of force policy was latest revised June 8th of 2020, but was also revised effective May 6th of 2017 to direct that officers attempt to de-escalate situations. De-escalation is a core principle referenced throughout our policy. Officers are now trained and directed to employ techniques to stabilize a situation, to decrease the likelihood of the need to use force, and to increase the likelihood of voluntary compliance. Furthermore, de-escalation techniques are covered and reinforced during our basic police academy and is also covered in a block of instruction or a yearly continuing professional training under crisis intervention and tactical communication. This policy and training is in line with the California DOJ 2019 report and recommendations to the Sacramento Police Department. This policy is also in line with California Attorney General's recent recommendations of June 15th of 2020. The third policy point is requiring a warning before shooting. Language was added to our policy effective May 6th of 2017, governing the discharge of firearms to include the requirement for our officers to utilize a verbal warning prior to using deadly force. This policy is in line with DOJ recommendations to SACPD. In some situations, such as the recent officer-involved shooting at West Stockton Boulevard on April 11th of this year, where the suspect immediately opened fire on officers as he exited his vehicle, it is not feasible to give a warning prior to officers returning fire to protect themselves or the public. Also, the tragic shooting of Officer Tara O'Sullivan last year, where the suspect opened fire during a keep the peace call without warning, are examples where giving a warning is simply not feasible prior to our officers returning fire. SACPD's policy and training regarding warnings before using deadly force are in line with current case law as articulated in Beerley versus Rutherford, a Ninth Circuit Court decision which states in part, in addition, it has long been settled that an officer has a duty to warn when feasible before using significant force. This is so whether the force is classified as deadly or less than deadly. Our policy follows the California Attorney General's policy recommendations of June 15th of 2020. And in it, the Attorney General states, verbal warnings. All agencies should require officers to give verbal warnings when feasible before using force, whether lethal or less lethal. Our policy is also in line with recently passed Assembly Bill 392 of last year by Assembly Member Shirley Weber, and also with the revised 835A of the Penal Code. And that was also revised in 2019. The fourth policy point I'm going to cover is requiring exhausting all alternatives prior to shooting. SACPD policy was revised on September 18, 2019, to articulate that the use of a firearm or other deadly force is the most serious decision an officer may make in determining whether deadly force is necessary. Officers are required to evaluate each situation considering the circumstances of each case and shall use other available resources and techniques as reasonably safe and feasible. In some situations, as I mentioned earlier, such as the recent officer-involved shooting at West Stockton Boulevard, the murder of Officer Tara O'Sullivan last year, or an officer-involved shooting we had in 2017 on Franklin Boulevard and 27th Ave, where two SACPD officers were wounded by gunfire, suspects immediately opened fire on our officers. In these situations, it is not feasible to exhaust all alternatives prior to using deadly force to stop an immediate and deadly threat. This is in line with current best practices and with case law. Our policy is also in line with the revised statute in AB 392 passed last year governing police officer use of force, as spelled out in 835A of the Penal Code, which I referenced earlier. In it states, it is the intent of the legislature that peace officers use deadly force only when necessary in defense of human life. In determining whether deadly force is necessary, officers shall evaluate each situation in the light of particular circumstances in each case, and shall use other available resources and techniques as reasonably safe and feasible to an objectively reasonable officer. So we took the language from Penal Code 835A, which was revised last year, and we took it straight out of the Penal Code and used it in our policy. That was from Assembly Member Shirley Weber's bill. Our policy further follows the Attorney General's recommendations of June 15th of 2010, which states that deadly force as a last resort, consistent with the core concepts of de-escalation, necessity, and proportionality. All agencies should require that deadly force be used only as a last resort when reasonable alternatives have been exhausted or are not feasible to protect the safety of the public and our police officers. The fifth policy point is a duty to intervene. SACPD policy was revised on May 6th of 2017 to include the mandate that an officer shall intercede when present and observing another officer using force that is clearly beyond that which is necessary. This section is included under mandatory reporting procedures in our policy relating to excessive force, which is posted on our SACPD Transparency website. The policy is reaffirmed and in line with Sacramento City Council's use of force policy, which is dated June 30th of 2020, which was passed yesterday. The policy also follows the California Attorney General's policy recommendations of June 15th of 2020. The sixth policy point is banning shooting at moving vehicles. SACPD policy was revised and language was strengthened on May 16th of 2017 and directs our officers that they shall not discharge a firearm at a moving vehicle with a very narrowly tailored exception, such as the driver is using or attempting to use the vehicle as a means to cause injury or death to the officer or another person, such as occurred during a terrorist attack in New York and in Barcelona in 2017, where a suspect intentionally used the vehicle to run over pedestrians and in another case to run over bicyclists. This was referred to by other agencies as either a ramming attack or a vehicular missile attack. It should be noted that since our policy has been in place regarding not shooting at moving vehicles, none of our officers have shot at a moving vehicle since March 26 of 2014. Our policy is in line with recommendations and best practices as detailed in the International Chiefs of Police Policy and Discussion Paper on Use of Force, where it states in part, examples of circumstances where officers are justified in shooting at a moving vehicle include when an occupant of the vehicle is shooting at the officer or other persons in the vicinity, or as has happened recently, the vehicle itself is being used as a deliberate means to kill others, such as a truck being driven through a crowd of innocent bystanders. Our policy is consistent with revised policies enacted by various major departments, such as Oakland PD, Washington Metropolitan PD, and New York PD, in light of and after the use of vehicles in vehicular attacks. Our policy is also in line with City Council Policy 630 of 2020. And with the exception of our policy exceptions of a vehicle being used in a vehicular attack, we believe that our policy is in line with the A-Can't-Wait recommendations of prohibiting officers from shooting at moving vehicles unless the person poses a deadly threat by means other than the vehicle itself. The seventh policy point is requiring the use of force continuum. The use of force policy was revised on September 18th of 2019 to include enhanced language on proportionality, de-escalation, and necessity. This language was articulated in Assembly Bill 392 passed last year. Officers have a variety of force options available to them to include their command presence, use of verbal commands, control holds, a variety of less lethal weapons and lethal force options. Officers are taught that the force they use must be appropriate and proportional to the resistance or threat they encounter, and that they must continually assess the situation in order to de-escalate or immediately cease the use of force when appropriate. To assist with proportionality training, 3 levels of force are incorporated into the selection of various force options that we teach at the Academy: non-deadly, intermediate, and deadly force. We use a graphical chart in training which incorporates levels of resistance as well as levels of force that are appropriate for the resistance. This policy is in line with best practices. As articulated in the International Chiefs of Police National Consensus Paper, the variety of compliance options available to law enforcement officers in a confrontational setting can be referred to as a force model. Using the variety of different options found in this model, officers are expected to deploy only a degree of force that is objectively reasonable to gain control and compliance of the subject. Force models are preferred that allow officers to choose a level of force that is based on legal principles, to include the option of immediately resorting to deadly force when reasonable and necessary. This policy is in line with Ninth Circuit Court decision Scott v. Heinrich, which states in part, requiring officers to find and choose the least intrusive alternative would require them to exercise superhuman judgment. With lives potentially in the balance, an officer would not be able to rely on training and common sense to decide what would best accomplish his mission. Instead, he would need to assess the least intrusive alternative on an inherently subjective determination and choose that option only. Imposing such a requirement would inevitably induce tentativeness by officers and thus deter police from protecting the public and themselves. Officers thus need not avail themselves of the least inclusive means of responding to an exigent situation. They need only act within the range of conduct we identify as reasonable. Our policy is also in line with the revised statute, AB 392, that I referenced earlier from 2019, Assemblymember Weber's bill governing police officer use of force, and is spelled out in revised California Penal Code Section 835A. As set forth below, it is the intent of the legislature that peace officers use deadly force only when necessary in defense of human life. In determining whether deadly force is necessary, officers shall evaluate each situation in the light of that particular circumstance of each case, and shall use other available resources and techniques if reasonably safe and feasible to an objectively reasonable officer. And again, that's language that was from the revised statute of 2019. The policy follows the Attorney General's recommendation of June 15th of 2020. All agencies should provide express guidance on proportionality to ensure officers understand the relationship that should exist between the force they use and the threat presented in a particular situation. The guidance may include adopting a spectrum, chart, or matrix, which can take the form of a graphical representation, which we use in our training. This policy is also in line with recommendations as outlined in the 2019 DOJ report to SACPD, and both SPD policy and training comply with these recommendations and are also in line with the City Council policy of 630, which was passed yesterday, which requires specific guidance for types of force and tools authorized for the level of resistance that is encountered. We believe that we are in line with the 8 can't wait recommendation that agencies use a force continuum or matrix that defines and limits the types of force that can be used to respond to specific types of resistance. The last policy point I'm going to talk about is requiring comprehensive reporting. The Sacramento Police Department's use of force policy was revised on September 18th of 2019 to update mandatory reporting procedures. This mandates that officers notify their field supervisor anytime they use a reportable use of force and that officers complete an applicable report. This includes any use of force used to overcome a combative, physically aggressive, or fleeing subject who has delayed, obstructed, or fought with an officer, or any use of force that results in a visible injury or complaint of pain by the subject to whom force was applied. The report shall include a complete description of how and why force was used, as well as a description of injuries that the suspect received or claims to have received. Upon notification of a reportable use of force, the officer's field supervisor is required to respond to the location of the arrest to ensure that a thorough investigation takes place. In addition, our policy was revised on November 27th of 2018 to require mandatory reporting internally and to the state of California every time an officer points their firearm at a person, starting in January of 2019. This was pursuant to the statutory requirement of Assembly Bill 953, known as the Racial Identity and Profiling Act. Furthermore, our policy is currently being revised to add an additional requirement that officers enter information into their police call every time they point a firearm at a person. This will allow us to easily audit and retrieve such calls using a database search in our CAD system or computer-aided dispatch logs. Our policy follows the Attorney General's recommendation of June 15, 2020, as well as the recommendations of our 2019 audit report from the Department of Justice. In summary, we believe that the Sacramento Police Department now complies with all 8 policies as articulated in the 8 Can't Wait project recommendations from Campaign Zero. It is our sincere hope that our revised policies will help to produce better outcomes for both the communities that we serve as well as for officers of our police department.
Thank you very much, Captain. We appreciate that. I think maybe the way that might be most valuable here is for us to hear from Mario Guerrero, the head of our Police Review Commission, because I know a number of their recommendations dovetail with the Can't Wait. By the way, I want to thank the council members, Councilmember Guerra, Jennings, and I believe Warren, who brought forward the proposal to ask us to review this to ensure that we were in compliance. That's really important leadership, and I thank you. Like last night, Councilmember Carr and Councilmember Ashby brought forward important proposals as well. So why don't we do that? Because I think then we can, you will sort of hear the response from the Review Commission, which in part is their job anyways. And then we can have a discussion about the captain's presentation and what the Review Commission thinks as well. Mr. Guerrero?
Thank you, Mayor and council members, for having me Good evening, everyone. My name is Mario Guerrero, and I'm the chair of the Sacramento Community Police Review Commission. And thank you, Steve. I'm Steve Hance's appointee. I'm here to present on the Commission's 2018 and 2019 recommendations. But let me just say that the recommendations I will present are not enough, and that I believe, and I think many have said this, that one of the ways that we can honor the lives of George Floyd, Stephon Clark, Trayvon Martin, Tamir Rice, Michael Brown, Eric Gardner, Philando Castile, Breonna Taylor, and many others is to really make meaningful structural reforms that ensure that deaths like theirs do not happen again, and that if they do, that those that are responsible are held accountable and that their families receive justice. The Commission is an advisory body. For those of you that aren't familiar with the Commission, we are an advisory body to the mayor and council. So we review Sacramento Police Department policies and programs. The way we do that is we create work groups every year to look at specific programs and policies. I will be presenting 5 recommendations from the Commission's 2018 and 29 recommendations, plus 2 Commission reforms. One of the recommendations will be on the use of force, and this includes a number of suggested changes to Sacramento PD's General Order 580.02. These recommendations show that details matter. I'm going to start presenting the Commission's recommendations. So I would like to refer the mayor and council and the public to the spreadsheet I created in order to present these. The spreadsheet can be accessed on the agenda under 1C, supplemental material. So I'm going to refer to that spreadsheet now and walk through it. So first, if you have the worksheet in front of you, you see at the top, 8 Can't Wait, Campaign 0, Sacramento Police Department Policy, the Commission's recommendations. And on the left-hand side, you have the broad policy area. So we start off with use of force. We then go to, and that's a big one, we go to foot pursuit, we go to body-worn cameras, and so on and so forth. So I'm just making sure that I orient you as I walk through the spreadsheet. So first, let's start with the ban chokeholds and strangleholds. Both 8 Can't Wait, Campaign 0, SAC PD policy now are aligned, and SAC PD and the city should be acknowledged. Chief Hahn, the mayor, the council deserve credit for acting quickly. The next item, banning shooting at moving vehicles. Both 8 Can't Wait, Campaign 0, and SAC PD do have a policy. The Commission hasn't had an opportunity to review this policy, so we do not have a formal recommendation. The next one, duty to intervene. I'm going over the ones that I can talk, that we don't have a recommendation, just so folks understand and compare apples to apples. Duty to intervene. Both 8 Can't Wait, Campaign 0, and Sacramento PD policy have a policy. The Commission has not reviewed this. However, commissioners have expressed that this section can be strengthened. The Commission, as I said, doesn't have a recommendation, but we look forward to reviewing this one. So now to the policy of require all force to be reported. So both 8 Can't Wait has a recommendation to follow that. Campaign 0 does as well. And of course, Sacramento Police Department has a policy here. The Commission made a couple of recommendations in this area. First, let me point out that there are many areas of use of force policy that speak to reporting. And it is good that the SAC PD policy has 3 different levels of use of force to categorize them. What we are recommending as a whole are 3 items. One is that seizures should be treated as use of force, if they're not already. Secondarily, that discretion should be removed from reporting, that all use of force incidents should be reported. And then lastly, that there needs to be some reporting to the public, and that there should be a number of things included in those public reports. There is a list in that column. It is row 5, column E, and that list includes type of force used, types and degree of injury to the subject and officer, date and time, and so on and so forth. So you can see that the difference between the SAC PD policy and the Commission's recommendations include the public reporting and the types of things that should be reported. Moving on to the next item. 8 can't wait, exhaust all alternatives before shooting, also included in Campaign Zero. The SAC PD policy, 580.02 under letter A1 under definitions, that has a definition there. I won't read it, you can read that. The Commission has a recommendation to add a sentence that is extremely important. This sentence, I will read this, is an imminent threat is not merely a fear of future threat, no matter how great the fear, but is one that, from the appearances, must be instantly controlled and addressed. This is missing in SAC PD policy. This is explicitly included in AB 392. And so we shared this with SAC PD and it has not been included. So the recommendation is that that sentence be added. It is really important from our perspective that officers know that they are expected to perform outside of their fears alone. And that is why it's important to get the policy right, because the training follows the policy. Going to the next row 7, exhaust still under use of force, exhaust all alternatives before shooting. Campaign Zero has a similar recommendation. SAC PD doesn't have a definition of the term necessary. We're recommending a definition of necessary. I will read it. Necessary is force is necessary when there is no reasonably effective alternative. The Commission believes that we need this definition. It is missing, as we've stated, and we believe that it is difficult to train officers when this definition is missing. Going to the next, still under use of force, row 8. Establish use of force continuum. Both 8 can't wait, Campaign Zero have that. SAC PD policy is under, again, the General Order 580.02, Section B3 under General. You can see their language there. It's a sentence. Here, we think that this is one of the places that puts everything together. And so we recommended this language. A peace officer who has reasonable cause to believe that the person to be arrested has committed a public offense may use objectively reasonable force to effect the arrest, to prevent escape, or to overcome resistance. A peace officer is justified in using deadly force upon another person only as a last resort and when reasonable alternatives have been exhausted or are feasible. I won't continue reading that. You can read it. There is more there. For the Commission, it's important for us, as I said, to put all the pieces together. And it's important to state that lethal force is a last resort, except under the specific circumstances outlined in AB 392. And I need to highlight this point. Imminent threat and last resort are not the same thing. And certainly this is a recommendation that we believe goes beyond AB 392. Here's the example that one of the commissioners, Commissioner Kieran, asked me to use. If a person is experiencing a mental health crisis in a park waving a knife, in this case, there is an imminent threat. However, the officer is likely to also have time and distance in order to respond with de-escalation techniques and avoid use of lethal force. So under the imminent threat standard, the officer would be within policy to shoot and kill that person. But under the last resort standard, they would be required to utilize other techniques because they do have time and distance, if they have it, and therefore have a reasonable alternative. Moving on to the next recommendation, row 9. Establish use of force continuum. So another area here under use of force. SAC PD, both 8 Can't Wait and Campaign Zero recommend this. SAC PD policy, again, 580.02, Section A, 8 under definitions. There is a definition of reasonable force. Something that's missing, and you will see that in the Commission's recommendation column, is this last sentence. The number one factor in determining objective reasonableness is whether an imminent threat to the safety of the officer or another exists. This language supports, from our perspective, the idea that we've all discussed, that there is a sanctity of life and that force should be proportional. Column 10, also under force continuum, you can see that SAC-PD policy has a prohibited use of force under D1A. That's you can read the language that they have. We just are asking for some clarification here. We're asking that at the very end, imminent threat be included. Moving on to row number 11, again, required de-escalation. Both can't wait, have this recommendation, campaign 0. The SAC-PD policy is under, again, 580.02, section B2, the retreat language. The definition, the language that SAC-PD has and the Commission's recommendation are the same, except that the Commission recommends the addition of this last sentence. This last sentence, I will read it. It says, retreat does not mean tactical repositioning or other de-escalation tactics. This is extremely important. The additional language for retreat that the Commissioner is recommending comes directly from AB 392. This is in the law, and and from our perspective, it's missing. This sentence also needs to be added in sections C and 2, where there's additional reference to retreat language. Column number 12, required de-escalation. Both 8 can't wait and campaign 0 have that. SAC-PD has de-escalation language under section B6 in the general section. There's 2 parts in that area. The first one, a change from, the most important there is a change from this language around when feasible to shall. We believe this is stronger language. On the definition part, which is section A5, de-escalation, definition of de-escalation, the definition that we are recommending is a stronger definition and includes many more examples of the types of de-escalations that can occur. And this definition was included in AB 931 from 2018. It is the predecessor of AB 392. So we believe that this is stronger language, gives more examples. So still under use of force, we're getting close to the end of the use of force recommendation. Row 13, require warning before shooting. There's the SAC-PD language, and we believe that our language recommendation is that a police officer shall give warning unless an officer has objectively reasonable grounds to believe that the person is aware of the fact that the officer is a peace officer. And similar for row 14, there is language under use of force, section H, discharge of firearms. We believe that unless the community unless the officer believes that the members of the community believe that they are responding to a police officer, that the police officer should identify themselves. Row number 15. 8 can't wait does not have this, so this is where the commission goes a little further. Campaign 0 does have this. Duty to provide medical assistance. Under SAC-PD policy, the duty to provide medical care is missing its own section. This was a recommendation from the Department of Justice that SAC-PD have create a separate section under medical care. So we've created that, and that's what the recommendation is there. Row number 16. It's 8 can't wait does not have this. Neither does campaign 0. SAC-PD also doesn't have a policy on this, but the the commission believes that there should be drug testing when there are critical incidents. So the language is posted there. You may read it. The rationale is that there are many other instances where public employees, where there is a critical instance and public employees are Sorry, I just got a colleague said no, I'm technical difficulties here. So there are, the rationale here is that other public employees that are involved in a critical incident, they are tested for drugs. And so we believe that this is a reasonable policy. The last recommendation on the use of force, row 17, again, there is no recommendation under A Can't Wait or Campaign Zero. The SAC-PD policy, you could argue, has some of this idea of guardian mentality. We suggest that the use of peace officer instead of police officer, or just the term officer, this is in line with the Department of Justice recommendation. It was recommendation number 1, that SAC-PD's training academy should place greater emphasis on teaching officers to have this guardian mindset. And so if these policies are used to create training, we believe that it starts here. So that was the first recommendation. That was the biggest recommendation. The others will be quicker. Number 2 recommendation from the commission is under foot pursuit. You can say that there is that it kind of matches up with the establishment of a use of force continuum under A Can't Wait and Campaign Zero. Kudos to SAC-PD for creating a foot pursuit policy in July of 2018. What we are recommending is they have a lengthy policy and quite a long list of things to consider when first engaging in starting a pursuit, in the middle of a pursuit, or in thinking you might want to end a pursuit. And one of the items that's missing from consideration is this idea of, or this issue of the gravity of the suspected activity. Now, we think it just makes sense to add that additional consideration. This type of issue is actually it is included somewhere else in the use of force policy. The language, an officer shall consider the principles of proportionality and looking at the totality of the circumstances by weighing the severity of the offense. So that is somewhere in the use of force policy, but it's not included in the foot pursuit policy. So if you have it in the use of force policy, but not in the foot pursuit, we just, this happens in many areas. It makes sense to include language in two areas. So we think this is an easy recommendation to adopt. The third recommendation under body-worn camera, also under foot pursuit, SAC-PD has this language: the officer initiating a foot pursuit should, as soon as practical, activate their body-worn camera. We recommend that the language be amended to: the officer initiating a foot pursuit should always, unless physically unable, activate their body-worn camera. And this just, again, stronger language. On to the next recommendation, ethnic studies. So this is not found in A Can't Wait, Campaign Zero, and it's not in SAC-PD policy. The recommendation from the commission is that we phase in a requirement of an ethnic studies course as part of the college course requirement for new recruits. For officers that transfer from police departments, require them to take a course at a community college within their first 2 years, and require for current officers that transfer to SAC-PD contingent upon negotiations with labor, because we understand that there are labor negotiations that may need to take place. And so the rationale here is that, as many have acknowledged, we have to go beyond, we have a lot of work to do on the policy realm, but we also have to go to the heart and minds of our police officers. And ethnic studies courses ensure that folks have an opportunity to talk about histories and cultures and and really look at structural racism and really do some deep digging and thinking about that. So we thought this was a really good recommendation. Fifth recommendation, now I'm on row 21, diversity and POC retention. There is no recommendation under 8 Can't Wait. Campaign Zero does recommend that there is an increase on the number of police officers who reflect the communities they serve. SAC PD may have, there is no general order that I know of that we know of. But one of the recommendations we made in 2018 is that the SAC PD should conduct an annual survey of police personnel that include questions about diversity, inclusion, and highlight the experience of people of color, women, and issues faced during the application and selection process, including retention concerns, and then address those issues raised through a planning process. You know, we believe that this is a great tool to get anonymous feedback and to really look at how to support, again, increasing the diversity of and retention of in SAC PD. So those were the 5 recommendations from the commission. There were 2 others that were discussed with the mayor and a couple of other council members that are structural to the commission. The first is that SAC PD adopts new general orders without the commission knowing often and certainly not reviewing. And so we believe that, and our understanding is that SAC PD has either been engaged in or will be engaging soon a review of their general orders and potentially making many changes. I will tell you one of the frustrations was that there was the new use of force policy that was adopted, and the commission didn't know about it until after it was adopted, and that was the one just recently adopted, I believe, last month. So we believe it makes sense that the commission, being this public arm of the city council and a community body at that we should be able to review those policies before they are adopted to give mayor and council feedback. The second of these structural recommendations on the commission that the commission is that right now when the commission adopts recommendations, for example, we adopted recommendations in 2018, we passed them on to the mayor and council, and my understanding is they weren't taken up for a vote or there was a conversation about it. 2019, similar. We took a year-long process to create work groups and come up with recommendations. And again, the commission was wondering when the city council was going to take them up for formal consideration, where the public was involved and possible vote. And so there's been a lot of frustration. And so we believe that the commission has done a lot of work and has not been taken seriously. So recommendations that come out every year, we are hopeful that the mayor and council will consider adopting something to the effect of, once you receive the recommendations from the commission, that within 2 months or something reasonable, that they will be formally considered in a public setting. So I will stop there. Those are well, let me say actually this. In closing, we have a lot of more work to do. These recommendations, as I've said, are not enough. The commission did create this year an accountability discipline work group and a mental health work group to review SAC PD policies and programs. The accountability discipline work group is the one that the community has called for the last 3 years that I have been on the commission. So I invite the community to continue to engage with the commission as we work through those work groups and come up with 2020 recommendations. And so I want to, we also have a special hearing on July 29th. I invite the public. I want to thank my fellow commissioners, all 11 of us, for their work and dedication to the community. I hope you will, the mayor and council, that you all will adopt these recommendations and give them serious recommendations. And I'm available for any questions you may have.
Mario, we have a number of members that want to speak. I just want to start, though, first of all, by thanking you and your commissioners for a very thorough presentation with a well-organized set of recommendations that allow us to compare and contrast what the commission is recommending with our current practices. And that is very helpful. I also want to acknowledge publicly what I've acknowledged to you privately. And that is your last point is absolutely correct. And I need to own that. The City Council has not worked as well or as closely with your commission as we should. There are a lot of reasons for that, but it really doesn't matter. This is a new day. And your suggestion about having a process that is easily understood, whereby the City Council takes up your recommendations in due order, whether that's 30, 60, or 90 days, I think is very, very appropriate, because it will then hopefully recreate that bond and that confidence and allow your commission to feel like their work is being taken as it should be, with utmost seriousness. I do think there's an intermediate step, which maybe is a way for us tonight to get started here. We've got a new ops director, of course, but we also have the police department. And so one of the things I'm going to want to know, and I'm sure my colleagues do as well, is what is the department's response to these recommendations? I don't know that they're ready to go through all of them tonight in detail, but what I want to suggest is that we set up a hearing within the next 30 to 60 days, as quickly as possible, for the department to respond, for you again to be an integral part of the meeting, and for the council to weigh in, either as a matter of council ordinance or department policy, suggestion on department policy, to make sure that we close the loop in improving our police practices here. And so I thank you. Good opportunity for a reset. Let me turn it over to Councilmember Carr, then Warren, then Guerra, then Harris, then Vice Mayor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mario, for the hard work that you've done. It's I'm pleased that most of the things covered in 8 Can't Wait and the Black Lives Matter Campaign Zero are already included in our policy, in our council policy. There are some things that are not included in our council policy, and there's good reason for it. What we're including in our policy from the council are those things that we absolutely want to see are avoided by law enforcement. While they are providing for public safety, there are certain activities that we care so much about that we single them out and say, these are the things that we want to see you to avoid. Some of the things that the commission has come up with are things that might be good ideas, but are police policy issues and should be addressed to the police department for their review and consideration. So the few things that we want to monitor, we have to monitor religiously. And they are included in Campaign Zero, 8 Can't Wait, and we didn't repeat things that came from 392 into our policy. We just said to the city manager that he must obey state law. Now, the way this will work between us and the city manager, because the police chief does not work directly for the city council. He works for the city manager. We call the city manager in and say, prove to us that you're in compliance with these 10, 12 things that we have said that we care a lot about, and to include the release of video within 30 days. And then we evaluate the city manager based on that. So we don't get down into operations like like how a foot pursuit would be would be handled. So, but one of the things really intrigued me, and I didn't know this, that we are reporting anytime an officer unholsters his gun and points it at an individual to the state. I'm not receiving those reports, and I don't know if our city manager is receiving them, but that is something that we want to take a hard look at. And the other one that really jumped out at me is the drug testing. And I think that's something that we should consider as well. And as we move forward, we will do that. I think those are council policy decisions that we should duly consider. Some of the other ones, I think, go to the police chief. And I don't want to micromanage the police chief. And I'm not in a position to dictate every single policy that the police have. What I'm monitoring and what I'm focusing on are the outcomes that we're looking for. And in the use of force, the outcome is that we're not seeing lethal incidents between our police force and our citizens. And I expect the city manager and the police chief to do their job and implement those procedures to produce those outcomes. So as long as we have those understandings, we wanted to get forward really fast on the use of force policy that we adopted last night. And we probably should have run that through your commission, but there was a need to act particularly fast on that one because we wanted to do the karate chokehold, we wanted to do no knock, we wanted to ask for the, put in our policy, the extra race training, sensitivity training. And so we rushed that through. Next time we won't do it though. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Carr. I know we're turning over to Councilman Harrison. I respect your point of view on all of this, but I disagree with your premise that we should not be involved in all of this, not to micromanage the police department or the police chief in any way, but we are ultimately accountable. Man, if that is not the message out there from at least a lot of the public, we are accountable. And so I would want to err on the side of being more thorough about taking all of this work seriously. But I first want to hear from the police chief and the police department about what they think about these recommendations, of course.
I want to hold them accountable as well. And there are so many police procedures and processes that the police chief designs. And what I want to do is hold them accountable for the result, as opposed to dictating or micromanaging a particular process or program or activity. Hold them accountable for the results that we're looking for. What happens, Mayor, if you dictate a particular policy like a foot pursuit policy, they can obey your dictate to the letter of the law, they can dot the I's and cross the T's, and you still may not get the outcome that you're looking for because it's your policy. That's your policy, not their policy. I want them to write the policy that gives us the result that we're looking for. And I understand you don't believe that, and we'll have a disagreement on that, and probably we'll still have it on December the 8th.
That's
Mr.
okay.
Mayor, may I say a couple things to the items Councilmember Carr brought up?
Yes, go ahead. Then I'll turn it over to Councilmember Ward.
Sure. Councilmember Carr, we've also asked for, I believe we've asked for this report that you just mentioned. And so we look forward to discussing it at the commission. I do want to mention that through our very long, extensive process where community, involvement is key, we do liaise with SACPD throughout the process. In fact, many times each year we sat down with SACPD. We went over the recommendations. In fact, we went over the recommendations with them, all of them, every single one, all the ones I presented and even more, and walked them through, gave feedback. We tweaked our recommendations based on their feedback in many cases. In other cases, our opinion was our opinion. But they have been involved. And what's concerning to me in particular is AB 392. as the spreadsheet, and you can look at it, and you can look at use of force, government or general order 580.02. It's literally missing language from AB 392 that the community fought for and that we believe is extremely important. So if that language is missing, and SAC PD is saying that they're compliant, but literally you have very important language missing from the policy, that is concerning.
That is concerning, and they will have to prove if the council is serious about its policies. When the city manager is called in, the council members will not ask how he's doing or how the children are doing. They will ask, point one, are you in compliance? If you are, prove it. And at that point, we will get to that understanding. So I have a sign outside on my wall, and I put it up there for a purpose. Never tell people how to do stuff. Tell them what you want done, and they will deliver to your wildest expectations. That's why I don't get into the micromanaging business.
Okay.
Other people do, they like that.
We understand that there are some philosophical difference here in terms of the theory of management, and that's all right. Let's move on to Councilmember Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Mario. I appreciate the work that you've done and the time that you take out of your life to really help us, in serving on this committee. It's it's probably one of the most highly charged issues in our country right now. The whole issue around use of force and policing, modern day policing. My one question for you, and it relates to the commission. And early on there was a lot of discussion about how to give the commission teeth, how to give the commission the ability to really help enact some of the changes that you recommend. And has your committee come up with, something that you guys would propose that the council adopt that would give you the authority to really help affect the change that the committee feels is necessary?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Carr. I believe that there are, I'm sorry, Warren. Apologies, I'm thinking in my head.
Councilman Carr has more hair than I do.
Yeah. So there are many, Campaign Zero, right? They have recommendations, certainly on a stronger commission that we have. There are commission models out there that adopt policy for the police department. There are commission models out there that have investigative power and the ability to fire police officers. There are commission models out there that have many more bells and whistles. The commission itself has not had the opportunity to form a work group to look at itself to make recommendations. That being said, we have, as I mentioned earlier, a discipline / accountability work group this year, and part of that work group may look at the model that we have, because models that are out there arguably have a different way of holding police officers accountable. So my answer is no, we have not. I believe that we will be looking at that as part of our normal process this year.
Okay, very good. Are you seeing, and this is something that is just a general question, in terms of some of your proposals, in particular, that all use of force incidences should be reported? I believe that was one of the recommendations that you have coming out of your committee.
That is correct.
And you have stated that you've had interaction with our police department, and And have they responded to each of the recommendations that you've made, and this one in particular? And if so, what was the response?
The only response that one of the main response we've received is as we've sat down with SAC PD, with their liaison, and gone through our recommendations, and had that real conversation of this is maybe why, from their perspective, why a policy might not work, and had that conversation. So that's when we had the ability to get their feedback. Certainly, they were provided a copy towards the end of the process. They were provided all of the recommendations. Oftentimes, we've asked a couple of times, well, has SAC PD adopted anything? And we get no real response back. And I will just add a quick frustration, and it is something that we will work with the new director, but there is some frustration with regards to the support that the commission has, with regards to the information that we request, through the fact that things change all the time. So all of these things make it even harder to get response and to facilitate that communication.
Okay, all right. I'm done, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mario.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Want to thank Mario and also our police department for their presentation on this. These two items were both ones that Councilmember Jennings and Councilmember Warren, Carr, and I asked very early on to bring to the council that we could review and look at these, because I think that what we saw from well, at least I'll speak for myself, what I saw from some of these policies were that they continue to push and build trust within our community about our police department. And that, I think, is something that the police chief brought up early on. And I think that this conversation is important because we should continue to look at these policies, like the 8 Can't Wait, and even other policies like the President Obama's 21st Century Policing, to continue to evaluate ourselves and the police recommendations, to continue to evaluate ourselves and how can we always improve. And interestingly enough, when we look at most of these, for example, the 21st Century Policing that President Obama had publicly reviewed and had a lot of folks input nationwide, also recommended early on that any hold that restricted blood or air to the brain should be removed. So I think by reviewing consistently reviewing different policies and points of view are only going to help us in addressing those issues. And it was encouraging to see where we are on the 8 Can't Wait recommendations. And that, again, is a private entity and a separate entity, but it is a good way for us to evaluate where the process has been. And I want to go back to when we first had the ad hoc that created some of these changes that got to us where 8 Can't Wait are. Councilmember Carr was chairing it. Councilmember Jennings and I were members of the ad hoc that looked at the issues of shooting into vehicles, that looked at the use of force continuum, that looked at the reporting, and those have been progressive movements. We did not have the chokehold at the time, and this was again why one of the reasons we wanted to bring the 8 Can't Wait was because it recommended some of these pieces together. And after our conversation with the police chief, it showed that one, we've got always continually more work to do, but that progress and in how we're doing this along is how we're moving along the way is a good thing. And the only thing I do disagree with my colleague Councilman Carr on this is that at times we do need to get more into the policy and not just an ordinance that's general, because when we need to enact quick change and necessary, that's our duty as a council body to be able to execute that for when we see an urgency. And that I think is the strength that we have, that we can enact and push for policy on that. Now, there are some restrictions that we have by state law. There have some restrictions that we have by case law. But to the extent that we have an ability to do that, these recommendations that we've seen from these organizations and the police commission are very helpful. One that I think is that we've been working on is on the piece of diversity and making sure that our police department reflects the community it serves. And the great work that we've been doing with the Sacramento State Lex program to recruit more women and Black and brown members of our own Sacramento community who grew up in this community, I think is an important aspect that's going to help us. But frankly, I think we've been harmed for a long time by Proposition 209. And hopefully this November, we'll have an opportunity to have the voters cast their vote to change that so we can be more proactive in addressing that piece that the police commission is recommending. I think a lot of these other recommendations are helpful. They are more prescriptive, and I'd like to see the police chief and respond to those there. But one that I do think that stands out that I don't think is overly burdensome and I think necessary is this recommendation of ethnic studies courses. Already, I don't think most folks know, but as I learned when I went and toured the police academy and talked to some of the officers, that there is training already. I think Learning Domain 42 requires cultural diversity and training for the police department. But interestingly, in the way it's worded, it describes the need for an officer to be able to understand a person's culture, ethnicity, and race when communicating with them. But I don't think that addresses the issue of what an ethnic study course and what those can provide, which is a deeper understanding of community. And so I think the thing that we sometimes forget is our officers go to training to learn how to use a vehicle tactically. They go to training to learn how to use equipment and a firearm. They go to training to learn how to use some of the physical things. But at the end of the day, this is a people person type of job. The interaction between people, I think, is the most critical component. Because if that training, if that isn't part of the conversation, I don't think we're going to be able to address situations like when an officer can assess a situation if they're not connected with that, particularly if they didn't grow up in this community and they don't know the community and they're coming to this. So I think that this is a good step forward. We should continue to evaluate them and all of these steps and make the necessary changes that are going to improve our department. But if we don't get to the social aspect of the job and looking at how do we improve that part, I don't think we're going to move the needle in public trust. So I want to thank Mr. Mayor for putting this forward and working with my colleagues on this. But I think this is a good step forward and one that I'm looking forward to working with both the department, the commission, and the community as we go forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a really interesting discussion. First, I'd like to thank Mario and the entire commission. You know, Mario, you actually have affected the police department pretty substantially already. Maybe you're not aware, but we have a foot pursuit policy, I think largely because of Kieran Savage-Sangwan and her initial recommendation that we move forward on that. In fact, she sent me a copy. I forwarded it to the chief, and it started the conversation that I think led to a whole section of policy for the police that was missing before. It was just a big hole. And, you know, foot pursuits sometimes lead to bad outcomes, which leads me to Larry Carr, to use policy governance and say, what are the outcomes we want and how do we achieve them? I tend to support Councilmember Carr in his pursuit for policy governance in this regard. I don't think it would be proper for the council to hear a report on every single use of force incident. I'm not sure that that's actually our job. However, as individual council members, because we all have pretty close relationships with our police captains, they inform us all the time of basically everything that happens in our districts. So we do hear about these incidents, and if there was one that we wanted to elevate to council, we certainly could. You know, all the pieces are here. The great work that you have done on the commission is substantial and valuable. What we don't have is a process to work with it. Part of that is because we have had an OPSA without an executive director who, really works well with you. I hope that that changes with Letitia Watson, and actually I'm a little concerned about her absence in this conversation because she is your support. She is the conduit between you and the police, but I think that, she's very new on the job. There's a bit of a learning curve, but the pieces are here. Your recommendations really need to go back to PD. They need to analyze them, and taking the two together in a report to council is how we can evaluate your recommendations, how they interface with the police, because they do these operations on the ground. It's the police who deal with the public, who put themselves in harm's way, who try their best, I believe, to assure the safety of the public. So we just need a process. And, it could be as simple as once a year, you make your recommendations to the police, they write a report in response. All of that is brought to council for us to review and comment on and make directions to council policy to affect what Larry Carr says is the results that we're trying to achieve. The city manager is the boss of the police chief and basically oversees the police force. It's really the manager's job to hear about all of these things. And as Larry said, prove to us that our policies are followed. I agree with that process. But nonetheless, the work that you do, I think, is exceedingly valuable. I just think we've got to be a little more aggressive about making good use of our OPSA, the Director of the Public Safety Accountability, and, as you said, the commission, so that you feel more valued. I would say, though, that, it hasn't been complete silence. You actually have made change. You've pushed, and you've done a lot of hard work. I particularly value it, but I also tend to think that we cannot micromanage every single thing that the police are able or not able to do. But if our outcomes are that our citizens are protected and not harmed, and we get there through policies and policy suggestions in combination with the police, everybody wins. So I'm kind of right in between you and Councilmember Carr. We do need to honor you and your work, and we need to hear it regularly, but we also need to hear it in combination with PD response, because they have a tough job to do. It's very complex. It's very subjective. It requires snap judgments. At the same time, if we're too lax, we don't get the results we want. People get harmed, sometimes when they shouldn't. And, we can't control everything. We just have to strike the right balance. So, Mr. Mayor, I would suggest that we come up with a system whereby we hear this combination, this creative tension between the commission and the police force, synthesize all of it, and then take it as a hearing at City Council at least annually.
Well, thank you, Vice Mayor. That's exactly what I'm going to suggest as we get through the council comments here as a process moving forward, so that these recommended policy changes get not only the airing tonight, but an airing from our police department, and then we come back and decide what is policy, what is appropriate for the department itself to decide and to move forward. In fact, let me do that now before I turn it over. What I would like...
Mayor, can I just make one comment? So I just want to reiterate, we've got all the pieces here. We've got an OPSA, we've got a commission, we've got a great PD, and we've got a council to make policy decisions. Again, it's just a matter of synthesizing it all.
I understand, but we do not have a police commission that has yet been heard in any meaningful way. They are being heard tonight, and that's great. We have a new ops director. It is a reset. But part of this needs to culminate in the police department looking at these recommendations and weighing in. And then this coming back to the city council so that we can either give direction, decide, or say this isn't our purview. Any of the above. But that the debate, if you will, needs to be joined so that the commission and the community know that there is at least some resolution of these recommendations and that they don't go into the ether somewhere, never to be heard from again. So what I want to ask, I'll turn it over to the other members in a moment, is that the manager and I set a hearing for sometime, let's say in the month of August, where it gives the police department sufficient time to respond to these recommendations, and that we join the discussion back in August and give appropriate direction. That's all. Okay, Ms. Ashby, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I am all for that suggestion, though I don't think it should be a joint meeting, meaning both bodies meet.
No, that's not what I'm suggesting, just like this.
Yeah, because, so first of all, I just, Mario, thank you for making the presentation on behalf of the group. And, I'm very proud of my commissioner, Bassem El-Kara. I think he's a great contributor in our city in general and to the commission. And there are a lot of really great people on that commission who are trying very hard to help us, and we really haven't given them the room to do so. That being said, I'm really proud of the commission. In fact, it's something I've bragged about a lot over the last few years. I had the good fortune of getting to write the original commission into existence, and it was hard. There was a lot of resistance, and we did it at the same time that we wrote body cameras in, and there was resistance, right? And I did that under KJ, and so we already had it in place. And we knew when we did it that we'd have to come back to it, right? That we were getting started, but that it was going to take time to change it and to give it more meat and to give it more authority. But we took it a long way from being a body that reviewed car stops, which is all that it was before, and we gave it a ton more position in our city. And we put people on it like you, Mario, who are engaged and involved, and like Bassem, who are strong personalities in our city and involved and engaged. But what we haven't done yet, and what I think really needs to happen, is they need staff. And we're really missing Francine Turner on this one. And I know we have a new OPSA person, but it's not just that. We need they need more than just an OPSA person to help them. Think about how we treat the Planning Commission or the Parks Commission. They have so much staff, and they have many staff that present to them, and many staff and attorneys assigned to them, and auditors, and anything that they need, anything that the city has that they need to get the information to make good decisions for planning or parks or whatever, they have at their fingertips. And they don't have to wait till once a year to submit something to us. When things come up with planning on a routine basis, they come before the council if necessary. We've got to get into that space with this commission to where they have those same resources. A week and a half ago, I put out my 14 proposals for restructures and reforms. And the thing that after I read all of Mario's reports, I went back and read even the old ones that hadn't been addressed yet. And I felt like I walked away with three really strong feelings. One, they were on a shelf so long that some of the things happened through advocacy, as Councilmember Harris described, meaning Mario or others carried the torch with or without the report coming to the council, and you were able to get traction on them. And we implemented them. Some things haven't been addressed and still need to be addressed. But many things haven't been vetted by legal counsel. Now, police department's a whole other thing, but legal counsel, like what can we do or what has not been done, what inside the bounds of legislation needs to be brought back, but also, they have some terms they want to change. What are the legal ramifications of those terms? We just need to be presented that information, just like we would be with planning, just like when something comes forward and somebody wants a zoning change, that it's presented to us in a mechanism that shows us what happens if we make that zoning change versus what happens if we don't make that zoning change, and what the legal authority is on that item. So I think we need to appropriately staff them And then we need somebody, as has already clearly been stated here several times, to go through and look at the proposals in front of us that Mario has walked us through tonight and bring us back that analysis, whether it's August or however, whatever it needs to be when it can be thorough is great. And then from that point forward, we as a council need to make sure that it is clear to staff that our expectation is that this commission be treated the same as the Planning Commission and the Parks Commission, and that they have that level of access to us in a routine, ongoing manner. Because otherwise, it's like a classroom where you haven't done your homework and you're so far behind that you're never going to catch up. And we need to be more routine, at least at a minimum once a year, but we need to be more routine about responding to the recommendations that are making them to us and giving them meaningful work. And we're going to get better at this as we go, but we should be better than where we are now too. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you. Councilmember Chenier.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be brief. Mario, I want to add my thanks for the work that you've done and the work that the commission has done. I think you've been comprehensive in it and reasonable, and I very much look forward to the discussion with the chief and his folks about their response to this. Mr. Mayor, when we do come back, I just have one request. You've talked some, Mario, in your report about ethnic studies as a training piece. And I know we've talked over time a lot about training writ large. So we've talked about mental health training, de-escalation training. I'd like that to be part of whatever workshop or hearing that we have, is kind of thinking through and just understanding, not that we're dictating it, but understanding the level of training that the police go through from the rookie years or from the academies on. I think we do more than the law requires, but I think there's maybe some pieces to the puzzle that we don't do. Primary to me, and not for tonight, but I'd love a response on this. There's a lot of work around brain development of young people, and when we think about the work that we're doing in the police involvement, particularly these days with 13, 14, 15-year-olds, that's something that I think kind of slots along the cultural competency or ethnic studies that you're talking about, is how we understand it. I think this really came to light when we had the young man who had a spit bag put over his head. Were there better ways that we can deal with that if we had a better understanding of kind of what's going on in there? We know that young people, particularly young boys, take quite a while to mature. One of the things that's just a fact, and I'm not sure that we take that into consideration as much when we're dealing with them. So, Mr. Mayor, my request would be that when we do this, we have a section on the training so that we can understand that. And maybe if we agree that there are some holes in it, fill those holes.
Great suggestion. Thank you. Councilmember Hanson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very proud of you, Mario. Certainly you are a District 4 commissioner, but having known you for 16 years, I think you're sort of the epitome of the kind of public servant we need on the police commission. And I say that partially knowing your history in a way that you didn't explain today to us as a former Marine. And a lot of times you're not ascribed that history because of the thoughtfulness and things that you put into the work. But I think it's important that our council members realize where you come from on these particular issues, having served yourself in such a distinguished role. There are just a few things I want to add. Most of it's been said, but one, I think that the council really, as we have this further conversation about the processes in interacting both with the Police Commission and the Office of Public Safety Accountability, have to determine what real role we expect the commission to play. And one of the things that they're playing right now is a role that you're playing is a prospective role about how to learn from things and how to improve our policies. But there's also been a huge demand that the commission have a retrospective role and investigate and really pursue some fact-finding responsibility. I think that the mayor has tried to address the second one with the proposal that's coming later around the Inspector General, But I also, I might tease apart this idea that the Police Commission, the Planning Commission, and Parks Commission are similar, only in that generally those commissions are playing a supportive role to the department that they are working with. Whereas here, I think there's more of I'll call it a creative tension between the department and the other functions of the city with the Police Commission. I don't think there's a hostility, but I think there's a natural tension there that can't really be fixed through that sort of Planning and Parks Commission analogy. But I do think there is a real opportunity here. Letitia Watson is watching this. I see her on the Zoom. I would love to hear from her if she would like to chip in here. She's our new Director of Public Safety Accountability. And, I regret that she is not on the agenda tonight, but I would like to give her a chance to speak if she'd like to say something, because I do think we have a chance to reset. Francine Tourneur, who served on the role for a long time, originally reported to the city manager. We evolved that through some of the work Councilmember Ashby talked about to have her report directly to the council. And I think we're still learning how to effectively do what we're supposed to do, which is to oversee the department, to hold people accountable. And I think that there's an opportunity here to fix those processes so they are more effective for the community. In that line of thinking, a lot of times various committees will hear proposals that would flow through other commissions. Certainly the Measure U Commission, Budget and Audit has a role, and then ultimately the council. I think we should determine what council committee, and maybe it's a new committee related to public safety, but it very well could be one of our standing committees that should have a chance to review these recommendations and pass them on to the council, so that the commission feels supported by a council committee as well as the full council. I also agree that as we look forward, redefining or maybe clarifying what the support functions are for the commission is really important. My planning commissioner, who's wonderful, and our planning staff, who's wonderful, will tell me about the give and take that the commission has, and it's not always totally supportive or pleasant. The planning commission and the parks commissioner sometimes feel the same, but this is a very different thing where life is potentially and the loss of life is potentially involved in these conversations. And obviously our law enforcement and public safety folks have been vested with very serious responsibilities and authority that almost nobody else has. So I think that is a piece of it. And then Mario, I'm sure that this is very much something you think about when you think about the ethnic studies piece, but a lot of transgender women, a lot of trans women of color in particular across the country feel an extreme adversarial relationship with law enforcement because of their own trauma, the discrimination and the stigma that they endure at the hands of many people, including a lot of public figures like law enforcement. And so as we look at something along those lines, I really think that LGBTQ people, trans people of color need to be involved in what you described as an ethnic studies course, but I think that's a little narrow given the full breadth of the community that we will likely be talking about and working with. So I just offer that as a suggestion and want to thank you again for all of the hard work. When the commission originally gave us these recommendations, Mario knows, I passed them on. I made a request to council that we evaluate them. The city manager and staff did provide the council back with a memo about the recommendations, but I think that's where it ended. And I think, as the mayor said, we all bear responsibility for that. And here we are with an opportunity to re-engage and to rectify what may not have happened before and use it as an opportunity to move forward. So thank you, Mario, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Steve. Let me wrap this up, if I may. First of all, I want to make clear we're not ignoring in any way our new Ops Director, Letitia Watson. She is really in her beginning of her third week on the job and is getting to know the community. Very excited about her coming to Sacramento and her leadership. And I think as part of these next weeks as we work with the commission, we will introduce Letitia more formally with a presentation before the council so that we can hear her vision here and her experience, and the community gets to know her, because she's going to be a very, very important piece of this. Again, Mr. City Manager and Chief Hahn, we were to ask you to review the commission recommendations and to come back with a response in a public setting where we can join the conversation, and either through department policy or council or council policy, adopt, modify, or not adopt, depending upon the discussion and the debate, these very important and thoughtful recommendations. Can we do that over the next, say, 6 weeks or so, the month of August?
So I think what we can do is take a look at the recommendations that were presented tonight. I'd like to add a kind of an intermediate step, if I could, and that involves the Office of Director, Letitia Watson. So we will work through our department to take a look at what are some of the things that we can look at adopting fairly easily, some things that might need to be tweaked a little bit, but also work with Letitia to get her view of some of the changes as well as staff to the council as well. And then bring that forward.
Come back in a public setting to reconcile what the department's views may be, what Ops' views may be, and what the commission has recommending.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so it shall be so, and we will work on calendars and make sure that there is enough time for the new Ops Director and the police department to review this thoroughly, but we also want to get back relatively quickly so that this does not sit out there for a long, long time. That's part of the reset, Mario. Okay? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, let us move on now to item 4, item D, which is the creation of an Inspector General position. So I'm been asked to present on the next 2 items, and both these items have been well reported. But let me speak to the proposal around an Inspector General. First of all, since we've talked about OPSA and our new OPSA Director, Letitia Watson, the idea is that a new position of Inspector General would report to the OPSA Director within the Office of Public Safety Accountability. That office, as you know, now used to report to the city manager, but now reports to the policymakers, the mayor and the city council. I think that's a very, very important point. Why is this fundamental? This is not just, wouldn't it be nice if we did this? In my view, this is fundamental to our credibility on everything else we do for a variety of reasons. And by the way, none of this speaks to, in any way, to the outstanding police chief and city manager that we have in this city. But as we've said many times, these issues that we're dealing with are not only part of our community and its history. This is bigger than us. We are dealing with the nation's issues, and how we approach this in terms of reviewing when there is an allegation of wrongdoing is every bit as important as anything else that we might do. And here is the fact of our system currently, as a result of state law and local practice. When there is an officer-involved shooting, when there is a death in custody, or when there is an allegation of force which results in serious bodily injury to a resident of Sacramento, whether there is an internal affairs investigation, which there most often is, whether there's the potential of an underlying criminal investigation where the police department would investigate, and or whether the DA ultimately decides to investigate, all of it, including the decision by the city manager ultimately whether or not to impose discipline, all of it is behind closed doors. And that creates a crisis of credibility and confidence in us as policymakers. Because when there is a high profile or even less high profile incident, and we can't even know in the end, in many cases, what the disposition or outcome of the case was, and can't answer to our constituents, I submit that that is a fundamental problem. Now, there was a change in state law in July of 2018, and it's taken a while to interpret that law, that gives us an opportunity to change our practice and policies, and thus the impetus for this proposal. Because what AB 1421 said is that when it comes to three categories, the three categories I mentioned a moment ago, officer-involved shootings, death in custody, and force which results in serious bodily injury, that a public entity, our city, has the ability and in fact the responsibility if asked by the public to reveal information about the facts or the allegations of the incident, including issues relating to the personnel actions or disposition of what the city might decide. That's a change in state law. And so this proposal allows us to take that state law and to say, in each of those three instances, instead of just having our OPSA director kind of work quietly internally to put forward policy recommendations out of a high-profile incident, instead, we have the ability to say, and I'm proposing that we make as part of our city policy, that an inspector general conduct a full independent investigation for any incident under those three categories, that the inspector general, who again would work under the Office of Public Safety Accountability, have not just the authority but the responsibility to complete an investigation, and then to issue findings, conclusions, including recommendations for discipline if appropriate, to the police commission, to the city council, and to the public. And that the city manager retain his independent authority, because it is independent authority, to ultimately choose whether or not discipline is appropriate, and if so, what the discipline should be, but that he have the benefit of all of this information, including the findings, conclusions, and recommendations of the new inspector general before he makes such a decision. And that we work with our new OPSA director and our community, because the community ought to be involved, frankly, in the criteria for the selection of the inspector general, and have some involvement in this process, some involvement, relevant involvement, that we identify applicants who have the background, the experience, the legal acumen to conduct these kinds of public investigations. Now, there are a lot of details around subpoena, for example. The city council currently has the ability to issue subpoenas. There's the Peace Officer Bill of Rights, of course, which we all know and have talked about exhaustively, where an officer, for example, who is accused can only be questioned one time. So who questions the officer? Is it the internal affairs person? Is it the inspector general? Or is it somebody else? These are protocols that can be worked out in a transparent way that will ensure that the inspector general has that full authority to make those public findings, conclusions, and recommendations. And I think this is obviously really, really important. This is not the county. The inspector general over in the county did not have the kind of authority that I am suggesting here tonight. And we all know that that went south for different reasons. But here the inspector general would report to the opposite director, who reports to the mayor and the city council, and would have complete independence. Budget-wise, we can reformulate this office, working again with Letitia and the city manager, to either use some of our existing vacant positions and or to appropriate additional resources that are necessary to establish this very important function and individual to have this responsibility. And so I put it before you tonight, looking for direction and hopefully direction to begin this process of putting this in place and hiring somebody. I've talked to Ms. Watson, and you know, a couple of days' notice, she's ready to put out a flyer, if you will, to interested and eligible applicants, so we don't have to wait a long time. So that's that proposal, and I'd like to open it up for council discussion. Again, we won't take a vote until after we've heard public testimony on this or the other items, but I want to open it up for council discussion, at least preliminarily right now. And the city manager, of course, if he chooses. Who's up here? I got Councilmember Carr.
Thank you, Mayor. Does 1421 include the ability to access all police records as well as the questioning?
Yes.
I think it's a brilliant proposal, Mr. Mayor. I'm fully behind it.
I've always agreed with you. I liked you. Thank you, Larry. Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I should say I concur and leave it at that. The only thing I'll add is that we've talked about how the Office of Public Safety and Accountability has been under-resourced. And so as you move forward, I think not only with this idea, but look at how do we appropriately resource the Office of Public Safety and Accountability if we're trying to make this work. So with that, I think it's a good step forward in trying to bring the trust and in these specific situations that we're allowed to under that new state law.
Very good. Thank you. I got Vice Mayor Harris next.
Thank you, Mayor. I also think this is a very important proposal. You know, our city has been under a lot of stress, and it has been very costly in many ways. I see this as somewhat of an insurance policy for the public trust and an investment that hopefully we'll never need, but when we need it, it'll be a great thing to have it in the pocket. Also, this person will be a tremendous help to elevate the OPSA office to work with the commission, because hopefully there really won't be many incidents to investigate. So I'm 100% behind it, and I appreciate bringing it forward.
Thank you. Anybody else? Again, I'll ask for a motion after the public testimony. Mr. City Manager?
So I'd just like to add also that, you know, when it comes to the officer investigations, it's obviously very complex. I'd like to be able to work with the OPSA director, Ms. Watson, along with the new Inspector General, along with the City Attorney's Office on figuring how the sequencing will work out in terms of how that comes back to the council.
Oh, that's fine, including the protocols to reconcile with the Peace Officer Bill of Rights. And
correct.
That Inspector General has the full opportunity, full ability to investigate independently.
Correct. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Ashby, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. This is something I included in my proposals too, but largely because I met with you early on and we talked about this probably, I don't know, maybe even 2 weeks ago that we started talking about this and met with the city attorney and when you were first formulating the idea. And I think it is a very good idea. I would like to, as we move forward, get some information about what the criteria would be for hiring, like what kind of, person we're looking for here, what kind of individual we would want, because Letitia has a strong background, and I don't think we need to duplicate her background. So I like to find something complementary to what she offers that strengthens the department and gives them, more experience and background to work with, something that helps her and makes her stronger. So I would like to see that piece, maybe with whatever agency we use to go out and start to hire. But otherwise, I think this is fantastic. I think it will help, and it maybe right now it will be hard for people to understand, but once they see it in motion and really understand, it is a pretty big change, and I think will be great.
Thank you very much. All right, any other council members preliminarily here? All right. Then I'm going to move to the next item. And again, we're going to hear from the public on all this before we take any action on any of this. This is the 911 alternative response model. This is also part of the national discussion and the national debate. And in my view, has the potential to be the most significant aspect of systemic reform that is out there. I know there will be those who call in tonight who are calling for defunding the police. I know I don't believe in that. I don't think my colleagues here believe in that. And yet there have been very real questions raised about the number of situations that police officers are that we put them into, frankly, that can not only put their own selves in danger, but put the community in danger around the trauma that can be that can occur when somebody in uniform, well-intended, compassionate, but with a gun, a baton, and a uniform, is involved in a confrontation that maybe could be better handled by a different kind of response and a less threatening response. We also know, and this is the discussion we're going to really dig into tonight, but with more to come, that when it comes to the police department's call volume and their budget, that a lot of calls through our 911 triage system, that they are asked to go out to a lot of calls that do not involve underlying serious criminal conduct and do not require a police officer. Now, the devil is in the details, and that's why we want to be thoughtful about this, because there are a lot of tweeners. And that's why we want to do this right. But what I suggest here is the beginning of fundamental systemic reform, where we begin to address some of the rightful concerns about shifting funding from a law enforcement response to investing more in a more holistic community-based response, both functions and resources. And so what we are proposing, what I'm proposing here, is the establishment of an Office of Community Response. And by the way, anybody is welcome to change that name, because I'm not the branding guy. We'll call that the tentative name. And that we begin a process, and I did say 24 months, but if it could be faster, I'm all for that too. To begin in a thoughtful but in an assertive way, to begin shifting these calls, shifting resources, and establishing a different non-law enforcement response. Now, some of the categories seem obvious: mental health, homelessness. Although there are tweeners, if you will, even within those categories. Which is, again, I say it for a third time, why it is we want to do this aggressively, but we also want to do it thoughtfully. But I also don't want to engage in a long planning process that has the community waiting, for no matter how many months, if it were 24, if it were 12 months, that have them waiting for a long time before they see anything, because that's also part of the crisis of confidence. So what I'm suggesting tonight is that we actually ask the city manager to come back with a recommendation for a $5 million appropriation to get us started, to authorize the manager to appoint an interim director of what will be a new department of community response, and that we get going on this right away. To me, this is really exciting because it has the potential of being the intersection of so much that we all care about and what the community, at least a lot of the community, is rightfully crying for. Last thing I want to say, and then I'm going to turn it over to Chief Hahn and then to Deputy Chief Lester to begin just the broadest discussion around what kind of calls we might be talking about. In 2013, I authored a bill in my second to last year in the legislature, SB 82, which provided $200 million for a statewide alternative to emergency rooms being the place where police officers take 5150 patients, people in psychiatric crisis. Sac County's gotten some of that money. It's been a real success, although $200 million, of course, is a drop in the bucket statewide. But this is not just about mental health. But if we are interested in fixing the broken mental health system in California, which I know I've spent a good part of my professional lifetime working on, this is an integral part of it. This is an integral part of it because police officers, we put them in unfair situations. We put them in dangerous situations. And we put the community in unfair and dangerous situations. To see a 5150 patient, a kid, or a young adult in the back of a police car where they have not committed any crime, because that's the only response we know. And that's the only thing we figured out how to do through 911, that the police are the first and last resort. It's just plain wrong. And we have a chance to fix it on the police department's behalf, on the community's behalf, and for a better system. And so tonight we want to ask for $5 million and to authorize the manager city manager, Mr. Chan, to appoint an interim director and to get started. But I want to begin with Chief Hahn and Deputy Chief Lester to kind of give you a little bit of a flavor of diving into the details and the numbers here. Chief?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for this topic, because as a police department and as police chief, we completely agree that our officers go on calls that we don't believe they should be going on, and are the best resource to go on those calls. And so we look forward to working with whoever is in charge of this effort in figuring out what calls are much better suited in our community and free officers up to do what only officers can do. So as time has gone on and resources have dwindled in other parts of our government, if you will, the fallback is always the police officers. So I appreciate this item, and we definitely look forward to how can we have people that are better suited for a lot of these issues that currently are responded to by officers, but in the future will be responded to by people more appropriate. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Deputy Chief Kathy Lester to kind of go over our really kind of broad look at this point.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Chief Lester. Welcome. I know you've put in a lot of work and the beginning of a lot of work. And I just want to say to the public and to the members, as you hear her presentation, that this is not intended as either a floor or a ceiling in terms of the magnitude of what we're talking about. This is just illustrative to begin giving you sort of orders of magnitude. Deputy Chief?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Kathy Lester. I'm Deputy Chief of Operations for the Police Department. Like Chief Hahn said, the Police Department completely supports the movement to really take certain calls away from the Police Department and redirect those calls to other providers. The challenge our community faces, and this is really not unique to Sacramento, is that we have limited resources and limited social services in general. So often the police department is really the only place for people in need to go. So while policing for sure has its place in our communities and our systems, law enforcement in general is overutilized for those in immediate need. Speaking to the mental health issue, for example, if someone is experiencing a mental health crisis, there's very few people in our society that have the ability to place someone on a mental health hold so they can get treatment. Police do have that ability. So when there's a need, we're often called to homes, offices of clinicians, to providers, to authorize a hold and then provide for transportation to a treatment facility. And this is not ideal. So we agree that there should be other ways to provide assistance to our community. Overall, we just want people to be safe and to get service from someone that can help them the most. And sometimes that's not the police. So there are programs that are a really good starting place for reimagining what public safety can look like. For example, even within our own department, we have a growing community service officer program. These are non-sworn, non-police personnel that handle calls where an officer is not needed. They take things like missing person reports, they conduct burglary investigations, and they handle traffic accidents. We also utilize very highly trained forensic investigators to go to crime scenes where they collect and process evidence. One of our flagship programs is our mental health unit. This unit, which is comprised of several sworn officers, is actually led by a social services administrator, and the officers work directly with trained social workers to provide in-field assessments and to connect those in need with resources. Our impact team, which is very well known in Sacramento, responds to calls. They serve those experiencing homelessness. They also have a long history of partnering with city-sponsored providers, our CBOs and our nonprofits to provide services. But we agree and we know that more can be done. So just real briefly, I'll go over some very preliminary numbers. So in 2019, our police department responded to over 400,000 calls for service. So when someone calls into the police department, a dispatcher takes their call and they classify that call into some type of call, which will determine who, how, and when someone, usually a police officer, will respond. So if you simply look at our calls for service based on how they were typed, we're able to generally sort these calls into what would be considered a low-risk call versus a medium or a high-risk call. So examples of some low-risk calls can include things like welfare checks, park and business checks, medical assistance, community engagement, hazards, missing persons, a variety of calls, abandoned vehicles, et cetera. And if you took a look at the 2019 calls, about 54,000 calls fell into what could be considered low-risk categories. So that's about just underneath 13% of our calls last year. Really, though, to get the most accurate picture and to find the best options, we need to really take a deeper look at all the calls the police department handles. We should be looking at things like whether or not there are behavioral health components, whether or not legal issues are involved, and whether there's a threat of violence or risk to those involved. Community-based programs that complement or replace a traditional law enforcement response have a track record of success. I know we've been hearing a lot and talking a lot about the Cahoots program in Eugene, Oregon, for example. That program has a 30-year history of successfully serving that community. And we know that other large cities like Denver, Portland, Oakland, New York, Austin, they're all exploring or have implemented programs like these. And then just one thing I'd like to mention, this is a national issue and it's a national topic of discussion. The Major City Chiefs Association is forming a committee to determine best practices and the implementation of alternative community-based public safety programs. So in closing, it is important to research what is working in other cities, then to take a deep look at our own data and seek input from our own community, and then determine how we can best serve the needs and the people of Sacramento. With that, I'll close. Sorry,
Yeah.
Mayor, you're muted.
Mayor, you're muted.
Carol, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Chief Lester, the numbers that you just described in terms of the approximate percentages for homelessness and for all the calls, do you have that to put up, or?
No, I don't have a graphic.
Okay. All right. Let me turn it over to the members here, and then we'll engage in some conversation here. Councilmember Chenier.
Thanks, Mayor. I got just a couple of points I want to make. First of all, I want to thank the chief and deputy chief for their presentations, and I think having an open mind walking into this as we work together to figure out what's best for the city, not necessarily what's best for any individual department, but overall how we can be more effective and more efficient is terrific. And so Deputy Chief Lester and Chief Hahn, I just want to thank you for that. So a couple of points, Mayor. First of all, I know in the resolution or in the motions that may be made, it exempts EMS and fire from looking at this. I think that's a major flaw in this. If we are going to look at public safety and look at a reorganization or restructuring or reinvigorating of public safety with police and fire, with police, I think we need to add fire to that, particularly if we're looking at creating a department that is one that is going to include a lot of our health, mental health, and other services that we provide that kind of cross that line. I don't know what the future holds on that. I've asked the department for an analysis of their calls as well, but I think we have an opportunity at this point to look at the bigger picture of public safety and see how we want this to flow. So I would ask, and Mayor, I don't know if you're going to be making a motion on this later, that we include fire in this analysis that we do. It will, I know, come back to the council for discussion, but I think if we leave it out, we're missing a huge opportunity at this point.
So I appreciate you raising that, and I'm absolutely fine with it. I did not. I mean, you call it a major flaw. I don't think it's a flaw. I just am trying to actually get us started on a journey here, and I know that this in and of itself is a big step involving police, but I certainly am I'm open to that broader discussion, including our fire service, because you're right. There are a lot of calls they respond to that don't require trained EMS or firefighters.
Right. So I'll retract the flaw and just say omission at this point, but I appreciate your comment. The second thing is, and this is not related to that, but thinking about how we define public safety, and as we go forward and thinking about this, it's not just police and fire, it's prevention programs. And we've talked a lot about young people over the last few months, and what we need to do. And this reflects very heavily on the conversation we had earlier tonight around gang intervention programs. We need to think more broadly about this and think about roles and responsibilities and who does what, both within the police department, within the fire department, and then I would include YPSI in that in a lot of the work that they're doing. My hope is to bring a resolution to the council, just as not a warning, but just letting people know that hopefully in July or August, we'll bring a resolution around defining public safety and including prevention programs in that. I think it will help us in funding areas and help us in other ways as we think about how we relate to the communities. Everyone deserves to feel safe in their homes and in their neighborhoods, and that goes beyond, I think, response time or number of police per thousand. The third thing and final issue for me is timing, Mr. Mayor. I think, given what's going on in this community, what's going on in the country, we need to be quicker. I understand the 24 months, and I hope we can get to some kind of final resolution within 24 months. And I know it goes up to 24 months. But what I would request, and certainly would love to hear back from the city manager on this, is we have a draft proposal within 6 months, so by the end of the year. So that coincides with us by January, February, when we're looking at mid-year. And if we're going to make budget changes and department changes and restructuring changes, that allows us to start that process much quicker. I think that there are some things that as we look at this will be very self-evident that we can go forward with, particularly around homelessness, mental health issues. Some issues will take longer to figure out, but I think we can start that process within 6 months. So I would ask that we ask the city manager by the end of the year to have a draft that we can start discussing. I don't want to wait longer than that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. Vice Mayor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, to my mind, what you're discussing here is real sea change for the city of Sacramento and can net very, very positive results over time. I think it's important to note that this will be a costly adventure. It will not be cost neutral. You will not see immediate decreases in police department expenditures, but over time, I believe we can get there. But there's a missing piece to this that I want to alert you to. If you look at the calls that police and fire both do, they are perennially frustrated because they have nowhere to navigate people to who, say, are having a tremendously bad experience with a methamphetamine overdose or just a mental health issue that requires special treatment. With the closing of Schmick and the fact that we have no drug detox facility, we can do this. But there are caveats. So, for instance, in this ministry of other things, if you will, where are they going to take the cases to when they need special treatment? I know that we're working on that. Certainly, you know, you and I have collaborated on the meth detox center or a sobering center, and we're trying to get that up and running. But as far as mental health goes, all we really have is the emergency room currently, and it's not the right system. So there are other pieces, is all I'm saying, that need to be addressed and need to be addressed at the same time as creating this alternative way of serving our community if we're actually going to have really positive results. I'm all for this proposal, but it has to be looked at holistically. And I do agree with Jay that fire has to be, because they do so much transport, please, with drug abuse and with mental health issues. Police also transport, but again, where do they go? And this has been an ongoing problem that we need to face. Now, it's not necessarily the city's responsibility. As you well know, mental health is under the auspice of the county. And actually, they get the federal money for drug rehab and treatments as well. So there's going to have to be a collaboration formed. But this is something that has frustrated the police over and over and over again. They pick somebody up on the streets who are having, some real substantial difficulty, and where do they go? There's not many options. So we have to address that at the same time. The other thing I would say is that there is danger involved oftentimes with people who are having a schizophrenic experience who can be violent. People on methamphetamines are very often violent. So, we can't just extract the police immediately. It's going to be a learning curve. It's going to be a real, this is a big deal. This is really fundamentally altering the way we do service for people in our community. I think it's a great idea. I think it's overdue, but we have to look at all the pieces together. And I look forward to working with you on this. I really do.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. Who was up next, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Hanson, then Guerra.
Councilmember Hanson, then Guerra. Go ahead.
First, Mayor, let me say thank you for using your office to propose these two very important programs, the one before this and this one. I apologize to our toddlers behind me and may have his own comments to add, but it's not public comment time, Henry. I wanted to add just a few things to the conversation. Hi, Henry. We're going to hand him off. Sorry, guys. He knew I was about to speak. One, and Jay touched on this, is that the calls for service that come in, depending on what they're about, they get routed to two different 911 call centers, one for police and one for fire, and then they're dispatched. And there's no real science, I would say, based on my sitting in the 911 center about which go where, particularly on these lower priority ones where it may be a mental health issue, some other behavioral health issue. And I think we really have to address that. And so to the extent that Jay raised it, I do think that this is a challenge that our paramedicine program doesn't address, nor does our police department really fit well with. And the calls for service in that area can be a lot, but you can have one person who generates a lot of calls for service, but the systems we've designed don't help that person. I'll give you a great example of it. About 2 years ago, I got a call from a friend who lived on G Street. In her alley was a gentleman who was experiencing some severe medical distress. Several calls had come in about him when we went back to look. And it was a medical call, a police call, another medical call, and another police call. And everybody showed up to check on him. He had been incontinent. He had all these other challenges. He ended up dying in that alley that night because he refused medical treatment from the fire department. And the police department checked on him, and he wasn't a danger to himself in the 5150 way that would allow them to take him to the hospital. And so he was left there, and he ultimately died in that alley that night. And I believe that if we had this alternative department in place, that gentleman, he likely would not have died in that alley that night. He would have received some other type of outreach, some behavioral health help, some ability to navigate. And since that time, we've certainly changed how we address homelessness, and we have some new outreach mechanisms. But I do very much think that this is something that we have to figure out how to get our arms around, because the two silos that we have don't appropriately help the people in the community, not just because of the use of force issues that led us to this moment, but also because of the emergency response systems that don't have a box for people that aren't a quick triage. And I really do think that this is a critical piece of it. Councilmember Harris brought up the county, and I think that's important because the public safety lens we're using, it to me isn't the right one. I think this is a public health lens. And in the 1950s, the city turned over its public health department through a ballot measure to the county. Some cities like us still have public health departments. I think of Long Beach, which is a comparable city. They still have a public health department that can provide similar type services. And Mayor, you know well, a couple of years ago when we were looking at whole person care, I advocated that we apply for realignment dollars. There's a 3-year grant, $2 million a year that we could have used to help people who had had some interaction with law enforcement and the correction system to help them through services and other things. We ultimately didn't apply for that because it wasn't in our lane. And the other entities who were eligible to apply for it didn't apply either. I believe if we had this department that you've advocated for, we could have received that state money. And maybe there's an opportunity to go back, given our relationships through our legislators and the governor, and see if there isn't a state resource available to us to initiate a program like the one you've talked about. I know the general fund is under a lot of duress. We have to figure out how to meet the need of this, and those are some of the ways to do it. The last thing I'd say is I'm not quite sure, Mr. City Manager, as you think about staffing this, how it gets staffed. We have a police contract and we have a firefighter's contract. We have a local 39 contract and several building trades contracts. I don't think this fits neatly into any of those pre-existing employee groups. And so I do think there is a need to really think about who staffs this, how it's staffed. Does it come out of a pre-existing department that already has its own culture, ways of doing things? Or do we really create a new set of classifications that have clinical skill sets and other things that are better tailored to the needs of the particular subpopulations that we're going to look at here? And that will potentially have cost implications, maybe cost benefits. But I think ultimately the duties, as Councilmember Ashby talked about for the Inspector General, we really need to figure out what the job classifications look like here in our own speak through civil service, because I do think this is not a firefighter, this is not a paramedic, this is not a police officer, this is not a CSO, this is something wholly different. And whether it's sort of a pseudo nurse practitioner, something that has some clinical background, I think will be important for adequate resolution of these calls and probably for bending the curve for many people that have been falling through the cracks for a generation to really fix these problems. So I'm excited about this proposal. I think that there's still a lot of work to do, as was indicated. But Mayor, to the extent that I can jump in and help, I think there are a lot of people watching from the behavioral health community, and certainly mental health better than any of us. Let's figure out how we really do something unique and reshape how we handle tens of thousands of calls a year and really change the lives for the better of so many of our people in the city. So I'm excited, and Henry's excited. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Henry, for your comments. Okay, Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One, I also want to say how I think this is very innovative. I think, Mr. Mayor, your the creativity and rethinking out of the box, that I think should be commended. Second, I also want to thank Chief Lester and Chief Hahn for the presentation. And I think Chief Lester, you mentioned something I think that really struck with me, and that was that the success of so many community-based programs, such as like Cahoots, and how maybe we could benefit significantly by that. The first thing I want to also support is Councilmember Shanier and Harris's point about bringing in fire EMS services under this. We've already looked at our Office of Public Safety and Accountability as reviewing both not only the police department but also the fire department. So I think it makes sense to look at this component as well. And in doing so, I think we should also, we're fortunate that in Sacramento, we have four significantly large health providers: Sutter, Kaiser, Dignity, and UC Davis Health. And so I think reaching out in this aspect to ER docs and talking about where could some of that input of that information, that may inform us on the development in this, because we have such a large resource in the healthcare world here in our city. So one, I want to support that effort because if we look at our budget, really, the two largest, most significant points in our budget is police and fire combined. That is like the biggest chunk. The other thing, going back to, again, the point about community-based programs and where I think this could be beneficial is if we look at the issue of domestic violence, and Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you for joining me and Councilmember Jennings with Faith Whitmore and the Sacramento Regional Family Justice Center to discuss how we could look at this proposal and the issue of domestic violence in a new way, in a new approach. Obviously, in many cases, domestic violence, the threat of violence occurs initially, but some of the things that we heard in that conversation were that cases may have repeat situations where if there was an earlier thought process on how to create a better handoff, a better intervention, that then you wouldn't have you wouldn't have the same amount of officer time, and in situations where it also could create resentment within the victim as well. And so the challenges I think with that are that we haven't done enough of that work to bring in those community providers. And I think the information we received from them is important. I think bringing in Weave, City of Refuge, my sister's house in this conversation to figure out what are the other ways that we can address those situations. And that, again, falls, I guess, in how you characterize it, Mr. Mayor, was in a tweener, in a way where we figure out a new innovative approach. I want to go back by saying that I've had the opportunity to do ride-alongs with our officers in different parts of our city and seen the challenges that they face with our current system of going from call to call to call. And in cases like the issue of homelessness, where they're using a lot of time to respond to some of these cases, the challenge that creates is that the officers are always chasing that next call because of the workload that is assigned to them. And it doesn't matter, at least what I've heard in my community, that whether you're in Avondale and Glen Elder, when I was talking to Jermaine Gill over there, or talking to my neighbor, here around the corner, Kathy Winkleman, they all want to actually get to know their officers better. They don't know who's there, but how can we ever expect that if in the current system they're being triaged, where they're going call to call to call, and in many cases, as many have said, situations where we may not need them. So I think being able to better manage our time and resources with the officers is critical. And I do agree again with what Councilmember Harris said. I think the places and looking at what is that next step, how do we address that gap? I think that's going to lead us to a better conversation with the county. And I'm just thinking off the cuff here, but I kind of see this as the city being innovative, taking the first lead, creating a new entity, and frankly, I think hopefully in the future this becomes a better partnership with the county, because in districts like Councilmember Chenier's and I, where we share city and county, I think we'll be able to address some of those challenges that our officers are dealing with now that maybe they shouldn't be doing already. So I think this I think is innovative, and I'm glad to support it. I would like to, again, go back and figure out how do we look at this piece on domestic violence and figure out how do we work with those partners better to address that issue. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and glad to support this proposal moving forward.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Guerra, Councilmember Ashby.
Thanks, Mayor. First of all, this is another one that I listed early in my recommendations because you talked about it and we talked about it early, and I thought, Mayor, this was a great idea you had early on. I know some other cities have started this, but you were the first person that I heard bring this up from a city standpoint, and you deserve credit for that. I would like to say, though, that this is not a reform. This is not a police reform. A reform is the use of force policy that Larry Carr and I brought forward yesterday. This is a restructure. This is changing things entirely. This is taking a responsibility away from the police department that has historically been the police department's, and taking the funding that goes with it and restructuring that to be a completely different kind of community response. So I think, Mayor, you need to give yourself a little more credit there. It's not a reform. It's much broader and bigger than that.
Revolutionary.
It is a change that hasn't happened before. So if that's the definition of revolutionary, then okay.
Okay.
The name of the department is probably more important than we're giving it credit right now. And here's why. I don't have a solution. And actually, Jay is probably one of the best people I can think of who's really good at that. But the name can't just be like what we want it to be or think would be cool or help people understand. We need to think about it in terms of funding, because this department is going to require us to go after kinds of funding we haven't gone after before. So I think Councilmember Hansen talked about that a little bit, and Jay did too. But when you talk about, like, if we named it the Behavioral Health Department, then we would go after behavioral health dollars at the state level and federal level. So I'm not suggesting that. I think Jay or somebody is way better than me at that. But we need to think about how the name of the department helps us go after funding, because we're going to need that in order to really, the first $5 million we can do, but this is going to be costly. You're talking about way more than $5 million to build this, even if you build it inside of fire or parks or whatever we all decide here. So I would just encourage us all to sort of think about that a little bit more and really think about where those funding ties might come from. I can't emphasize this enough. Vice Mayor Harris is so right about everything he said. And honestly, for our staff, if you have to go back and listen to this all again, please listen to what Vice Mayor Harris said, because, you know, I'm married to an emergency room nurse, and I have a lot of, you know, ties to people working in emergency and fire service. We don't have a place to take them, and they can't just go to emergency rooms. Schmeck being closed is not a small detail. It is a huge detail. We need the county to open more mental health facilities. And on top of that, as the law is structured right now, fire cannot designate someone a 5150. They cannot do that by law. And they cannot transport someone to a mental health facility. They can only transport people to an emergency room. So, Mayor, we're probably going to need your ties back to the legislature to get that addressed. I think it falls right in the sweet spot with things that people at the Capitol are proposing right now. We're going to have to change the authority. You can't both ask the police not to be the leads on working with mental health and homeless folks, and also have them be the only ones with the authority to take someone where they need to go. So we're going to have that changed. If you want it to be given to social workers or firefighters or EMS or whatever, that's going to take a statewide policy change that I think we as the city of Sacramento should not shy away from spearheading, and call up one of our folks, Jim Cooper, Kevin McCarty, Dr. Pan. Could there be anybody better than Dr. Pan for that? Let's do it. Let's get that piece going and moving forward so that we can really be successful, because the ERs are not going to be the solution to this. And firefighters with the authority they have now can't do very, very much. I agree. Fire could be a perfect partner for this. Several of you, I think that could save us a lot of money without having to stand up a new department. But we're really going to have to talk to them, because it is not something they do now. And they would need so much more support. And social workers, there's also going to be a ton of investment that's going to have to go into not only 911, but 311. Because when people see it as not emergency, they're going to start to call 311 as well. And we're going to need to make sure that the people that answer our phones know what to do with those calls and how to help them. And we're really going to have to put a lot of money into that. I agree with Councilmember Chenier. As complicated as it is, we should have a solid proposal to be working from within 6 months. Funding needs to follow the service provision. So as we're building this up, we're going to have to move money. And, you know, I don't agree with defund the police, but when you really dig into defund the police, this is what they're talking about. They want money to shift from this department over to other areas where the service can be restructured differently to reduce negative impacts and unnecessary impacts with the police department. That said, we're fools if we don't think that these social workers are going to have the most dangerous job in the city of Sacramento. And we're going to need to make sure that we address that, because a lot of these calls are going to escalate into needing some type of public safety response. And we just want to be prepared for that, have as much de-escalation training and as many resources as we can available for the social workers to actually be successful. And then just one last piece that I need to strongly disagree with Councilmember Guerra. And Mayor, this is really important to me. There is absolutely no way that domestic violence calls should be shifted to this department. That is one of the most dangerous calls in the city of Sacramento, and I can prove it to you in one name, Tara O'Sullivan. There is no way that you send non-police, non-trained folks out to domestic violence calls. That would be a horrible mistake for everyone involved, and that is something I will stay committed to as we see this through. But I too am very excited about the innovation of this proposal and Sacramento being a leader. Thank you.
So thank you for the comments. the discussion back and forth raises one other very important point that I think needs to be part of this intensive analysis over the weeks ahead. And that is, it isn't just a matter of what calls may be on what side of the line. Is a call, particular category, a police response or a non-police or fire response? And I appreciate 4 of you now adding fire to the discussion. That's really important. But it's actually more nuanced than that. Because, for example, in talking to the Family Justice Center, one of the things that they said to me, and I know to Councilmember Guetta as well, when we were on the line is, yes, if it's a domestic violence and a crime, the police need to respond. But they may be able to make a quicker, warmer handoff to a service provider, depending upon the underlying issues and the seriousness of it, thus reducing the amount of time that the police have to spend on a particular kind of call. And so it's not just the number of calls, it's actually the time spent on the calls. It's not just the category that is a clean, either the Department of Community Response or whatever we're calling it, versus the police or the fire department. It is about a shifting of the balance, even if it does involve police or fire in an initial response. And so that's why doing this right will make this transformative, as opposed to just something that was a good, quick political hit that we tried and just moved on from, which is not what we must not do that. So look forward to this. So Howard, so in the next, we'll take a motion after we hear the public testimony. So let's move on. Rick,
Rick's got his hand up, Mayor.
I'm sorry, Rick Jennings, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. So most of the comments have been said by my colleagues, and I appreciate that. I just want to kind of emphasize a couple things. We just talked about doing it right, and I'm not in a rush to do it right. I'm in a rush to make sure that it is done in a way that allows us to create a best practice, a practice that can inform the city of Sacramento, can inform our state, and can inform our country. And so I really want to take our time in doing this right. And I think you have some things within the summary recommendation that talks about reviewing this in 45 days and taking our time over the next 2 years to inform an effective transition. And I think it's in doing that, plus getting the community involved in every way possible, and helping to evaluate it to make sure that we're putting the best practices in place, getting our community-based organizations, getting our experts in the field involved in the whole process, even to the point of naming this department, so that the name comes from the community and informs the community as to what we want this to be. And the community was involved in making this happen, helping us to make this happen. So I'm very much interested in involving the community, which I know we've already started that process of doing. I've been involved in many of those meetings. I'm also want to make sure that we create a best practice, a model for everyone to learn from. I want us to make sure we take our time and evaluate what we're doing right and what we're doing wrong and what we need to change, and making sure that in every step of the way, we as a council are involved in knowing what is going on and working with our police department to make this happen. I think our police department wants this to happen. I think we want this to happen. We want our community who also wants it to happen. I sat in my office today at the Center for Fathers and Families, and there was a man in front of my door who needed help. And I immediately got ready to call 911. And I thought about, if this office were in place, what would be the alternative? And we had a situation like this that happened with Mr. Mann many years ago, and unfortunately it didn't end right. And so I didn't call 911, and instead, as a community-based organization, we tried to help him to see if we could be of assistance to him. And unfortunately, he couldn't understand what we were saying. So we had to try to call someone else in order to come out and help him. But we didn't have to involve the police in this situation. And I think that's what we're looking for, is to give something to the experts in the field as opposed to law enforcement, who should not be handling non-law enforcement activity. So I'm in complete support of this, for the $5 million that we're talking about initially funding it, for getting this in going and starting with the process of doing it the right way and doing a high quality way. So I'm in complete support for this.
Mr. City Manager?
So I appreciate the comments tonight, and you know, the mayor and I have been talking about this for several weeks, along with the city attorney's office and police chief. I think that if we have the support that it sounds like we do tonight, I'm prepared to appoint an interim director as early as next week to start pulling the team together that will include many of the functions that were discussed today. What we talked about a couple of weeks back was including, you know, code enforcement. And it's a multidisciplinary team that we'll be putting together. It includes fire, code, you know, the mental health units in both police and fire, the IPSI staff, and potentially creating other classifications as needed. I can't remember which council member had mentioned that, but I would like to be able to come back in, you know, 3 to 6 months, maybe 3 months with a kind of a draft of what we're looking at here, but in 6 months to kind of frame out what the thinking is, because I want to bring this person on board, do the recruitment, and have them help inform what this office looks like. So I'm hoping there's support to go about it that way and take that approach.
There is support, of course, do it right, but I also think, for example, that we want to come back to the city council within, I would say, 60 days to have a more detailed conversation about the calls issue, right? Because we got a taste of that today, and the department and the community have sort of just begun their analysis. And we haven't even gotten the fire department analysis, for example, of the kind of calls. So I do think to come back significantly sooner with an interim report, but also a more detailed discussion of the magnitude of the opportunity here in terms of the calls is also very, very important. I think we can do that quickly, relatively quickly.
Mayor, can I just add one thing to that? If I'm a little uncomfortable with hiring somebody next week. It feels like you really, like, there was a lot of talk about embedding this in the fire department. I mean, nobody needs to talk to Chad Augustine first. And I'm sorry, what's that?
I said, no, I haven't heard anybody talk about embedding this in the fire department. I think we want to get this separate from public safety, frankly.
Okay, several council members said that this could potentially be the responsibility of fire. And I don't, if it isn't, it isn't. But all I'm saying is, you talked a lot about fire tonight. You said you started your comments by saying, you know, 4 council members brought up fire. All I'm saying is, if you are thinking that this is going to be part of the ambulatory service that's going to transport, or that fire is going to do this, before you hire someone, I don't feel confident that this council dialogue has come close to approaching the concerns of that somebody more experienced like Chad Augustine would have. So I'm just asking that you have those conversations prior to bringing somebody on board, and let this council hear the proposal before you hire somebody. I don't want it to be a misfire about what you're trying to achieve there off of what this council's saying.
So Councilmember Ashby, I think all I'm saying is I'm going to bring somebody internal to help quarterback the discussions internally.
That's like a project
Yes.
manager. Yeah, that's fine.
Yep.
And I just want to be clear, if that was me, I had no intention of this being under fire. I don't know.
Mayor, I think the broader point is that Jay's point and others' point is that the fire, this discussion is as relevant to the calls we ask our fire department to respond to. That's all. Yeah, Steve?
Yeah. Howard, I'm really uncomfortable with picking somebody in our staff who may not have the experience. We haven't, channeling a little bit maybe of Larry Carr here, we really need to identify the exact problems that we're trying to solve and get upstream to what are some of the potential solutions. I don't know who internally that could be, but it requires a lot of expertise in an area where the city's not traditionally built expertise. And so, if there's a way to bring in, Eric, Councilmember Guerra mentioned our health systems. They deal with these folks a lot because of the EMTALA obligations that they have. There's a lot of different pieces to it, and I think we need to figure out who somebody is that can help build this from the ground up. And Mayor, you probably have ideas yourself. I'm not sure that it's somebody internal.
But let me, can I end this just because I don't want to, what the city manager needs, and which I fully support, is just a point person. We're asking him to do this. So he picks his own assistants, if you will, and the deputy city managers have their full portfolio. So if he identifies somebody from the inside, not to lead this permanently necessarily, but to be the point person and helping to do exactly what you're calling for, that's what we have to do, because otherwise nobody's going to do the work.
Well, no, I understand that. I just don't think, and with all due respect to our very competent staff, the competencies required for this, I don't believe reside within any particular person that's at a senior level of the city management. And I think how we identify someone to come in and assist us with it, I think is really important. And maybe that's what you're going to do. But I heard hiring an interim person or selecting somebody internally. And I think that puts the cart before the horse a little bit, in my opinion. I'll wait to listen to my other colleagues.
Okay.
I agree.
Councilman Guerra.
Thank you. I'm channeling maybe a little of Councilmember Carr here, but one, I do support. I think we should let Howard figure out what it's going to take to get this ball moving. So I do think that I think what I heard him say is appoint an interim, not hire a permanent. But I'd like to go a little further and even, if possible, give authority to him to appoint somebody, even if they're not within the department, like Councilmember Hansen said, from outside of the city, who can help in this interim piece until we finally get the right structure to hire the person that we need for the long term. So, I think a tweener here, and I don't know if you need our authority or you can do it, Howard, within your current authority, is to appoint, whether it's internal or external, the right person who's going to help you collect all these thoughts that we've gotten over the last 3 hours to be able to try to pull together this piece as well. And just to clarify, I also agree that nowhere in here did we say in fire, but if we don't include fire, that's the biggest chunk of the budget too.
That'll be the motion. We're gonna include fire. Okay, so let's let the city manager make a recommendation about who he wants to quarterback this for now, either somebody from the inside or the outside. Maybe he'll decide that he has a lot of spare time and he wants to do it himself. Whatever, but I think we'll leave it up to him, and I think he heard the input from everybody in terms of the kind of person that you might want to consider quarterbacking this. Go ahead.
With $5 million, he could contract with some.
Okay. Go ahead quickly. Mr. Jennings and Mr. Carr, then we got to move on, you guys.
With $5 million, he can contract the service too. Just put it together.
That's an option. Rick?
Yeah, I do want to be brief, and I think to the city manager, I do want to give you the authority, and it sounds like maybe you should just touch base with each council member to find out the qualities they feel the person needs in order to be able to bring in that type of person, whether they're inside or out. But I do want to give you the authority to be able to make the decision, because if I wait on you, it's not going to get done as quickly because of what's on your plate. And we did give some times that we wanted this to happen that maybe are unrealistic if we expect you to do the work. So I do want to give you the authority to be able to get somebody in here to be able to do it.
Okay, good. We will get to the motion later, but we still have another item here, too quick to take up, and then we'll get to the public testimony. And this is Consuelo Hernandez. If you were on here, our government relations manager, if you could give us a very brief report on AB 1506 and AB 2054, please.
Okay, very quickly, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here this evening requesting that you pass a motion supporting AB 1506 and AB 2054. AB 1506 would establish within the Department of Justice a division that could conduct an investigation into an officer-involved deadly force incident at the request of a law enforcement agency or the district attorney, provide written findings, and if applicable, conduct the prosecution of the officers involved. It also would set up a division inside of DOJ to review the patterns and practices of a local law enforcement agency and provide recommendations and action items for improvement. That's AB 1506. AB 2054 would create a grant pilot program to fund culturally informed and appropriate responses to immediate emergency situations, as well as in the follow-up. This would provide support for the proposals similar to what we were just discussing. Supporting both these bills is consistent with our 2020 legislative platform, so I will leave it at that, and I'm available for questions.
Okay, we entertain a motion at the end here to support both of these bills, consistent with everything we've talked about tonight. But members want to comment now before we take public testimony?
Just one question, Mayor.
Yeah.
If they're consistent with our legislative platform, why are we endorsing a particular bill which may or may not be the same when the governor signs it?
Well, because if you want to have some real impact in the legislature, our policy platform is not nearly as impactful as putting our voices behind a particular piece of legislation. And yes, legislation can change, that's true, but we can always come back if it changes in a way that isn't consistent with the original intent and remove our approval. But if you don't weigh in, you're not going to have any impact.
Well, we support individual pieces of legislation all the time, understanding that they may change.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I've got a question for Consuelo.
Yes.
Hey, Consuelo, both of these measures, are they consistent currently with our policy platform? Because I thought we amended those pieces not only this year but last year to include reforms.
Yes, they are. They're both consistent with the platform.
I think so. To Councilmember Carr's point, that I think that our current platform would allow us to go ahead and submit a letter even before this meeting tonight.
Okay. Good, thank you. All right. We do have one other item before we take public testimony, and that is an opportunity for council members to raise any other proposals or ideas that we haven't talked about tonight. And of course, we covered Pro Tem Ashby's proposals. I believe we covered the letter from Council members Guerra, Jennings, and Warren. I know Councilmember Warren and Carr. I know Councilmember Warren had a couple of proposals around the 1-800 number and the cards. I just wanted to give an opportunity for members to, if you will, put anything else on a future agenda that you think we ought to be thinking about.
Mayor, can I just go?
Yes.
So, first of all, yes, thank you so much. And from the proposals that I put forward, Councilmember Carr and I took care of 5 of the 14, and then tonight your proposals, which were things that I had worked with you on earlier, took care of 3. And then the legislative platform, an additional 3, and the legislative platforms that Consuelo has just brought forward took care of 2 more. So for me, the things I have left on my list, and I don't know if we need to agendize them for future or just if it will be enough to talk about them right now, but One of them is I'd like to see us as a council take some type of regional position to ask Highway Patrol and Sac County to consider body cameras on their officers, because so much of what happens in our city requires all three entities, like we saw during the protests. And when people call us and ask us what happened or can we get body camera footage? It just depends. If SAC PD was involved, then yes, we can. And if it was the sheriffs or highway patrol, then no, we can't. And they're policing our city just as much as we can. So I'd love to see us as a group, as a whole, at least submit a letter requesting highway patrol and the sheriffs to consider body cameras on their officers. And maybe that's something that Law and Ledge could consider. We could send it to them to discuss, or I don't know, maybe we could ask our Police Oversight Commission to take it up. Maybe that's a good task for them, and they could send us back their recommendation or the language they think. And then I asked for a report back to the council, a comprehensive analysis from the protests. I know that Chief Hahn has been working on some of that, and I know I'm not the only council member who's been asked a few times about this incident or that incident, and I don't have any answers. Because I don't have a full response. I've seen anecdotally a few things here and there, but I'm hoping that we still plan to get some type of comprehensive response laying out what happened at the protests for us. And then lastly, Mayor, two things. One is, and we talked about this a little bit earlier today when we had Jules Cherry on the phone, and I know this is a passion of Jay's, but broader than just youth, we really need to have a conversation about making funding available for the community partners who are offsetting some of this work. So if that's people like Advanced Peace or people like Voices of Youth or this Healing, the Hood group, then there needs to be a resource. We can't just keep jamming up Howard or, whatever and trying to figure that out. It needs to be laid out in advance how we want to handle that. And so we just need to think about it and figure out what we want to do and what we think would be a reasonable amount. And then lastly, this started off in my mind as a recommendation to you, Mayor, and then I sort of broadened it to the mayor and council. But when KJ was here, he had a roundtable, and it was made up of very ethnically diverse leaders in our community, and they were pretty informal, but they were involved all the time, and they were at City Hall all the time, and they engaged in just conversation across the board, what's happening with the city. Could be things in Parks and Rec, and you've brought up a lot of these things recently, Mayor, like STEAM programs being offered in every community and how we might pay for that. I just think it would be good for us to have not an official committee, but a group of people, leaders in our city that are sort of weighing in on the day-to-day. I think that piece is somewhat missing, and I think it would help us on much more than just police reforms and restructures, but for example, when we're doing our economic development things, or when we're doing things with parks or fire or whatever we're doing, I think it just helps inform the conversation and gives us all folks that we see regularly and talk to. So I'd love to see some type of gender and ethnic roundtable that is just an ongoing advisory resource to the city. Those are my recommendations.
Okay, well, thank you very, very much. Take them all in, absolutely. Mr. Warren?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually have kind of 1A and 1B, and then also I have another item I'd like to council to consider for adoption. My first item is the business card option, or not option, but item that I would propose that our police officers offer to people that they either stop or just as they're out in the community as a way of introducing themselves to the community, letting them know who's policing their community. And it's a simple idea to help try to create more positive initial interactions between police and community members. Close the door, please. And so it would have the officer's name, badge number, and a 1-800 number, and that one would then go into a system where people could call and comment on their interaction with police. I think it's a way for us to keep a real-time accounting of how people are being policed in our community and how they feel about it. And I think it's also just a simple a piece that could help break the ice, if you will, between law enforcement and our community. It's not a big ticket item. You know, I think it's going to be something that would have to be developed a little bit further, and also for police officers to get used to it. But I think obviously there are some things that need to be changed. We're talking about a number of them today, and you've brought forth proposals and others. I think this one is a very simple approach. So far, I've gotten a lot of very positive feedback from it, including a call from Councilman Carr, who said he had spoken to several members of law enforcement that thought the idea was very good as well, and something that they would welcome. I think closely akin to that, I think, so that would be 1A. 1B would be where the city would set up a website, and for every council district, the police officers that work those districts would be noted on the website. So anyone could go into this website and know the police officers that are policing their district and a little bit of background about them, a bio, very similar to as us as council people. I represent District 2, my bio's there, somebody moving into the city can look that up for any one of us, city manager, you as the mayor. I think it would be a very good idea for our community to have same access to the people that are policing their community in their district. And so that would be akin to 1A, so it would be 1B. The other
Go ahead.
The other item I thought long and hard about, and I had mentioned this several years ago during my first term on the council, I believe towards the end of my first term or maybe the beginning of the second term. And it is relative to unarmed people being shot, unarmed and unthreatening people being shot. And my suggestion and what I want to discuss publicly with the council is that I want to make sure that we don't have instances of shootings that are unnecessary, and particularly as it relates to people who do not have weapons and are not in some form of threatening, life-threatening, or somehow a violent encounter with police, and yet people end up dead. And so I want to propose that in the event that our police officers shoot unarmed people and unthreatening, obviously there would have to be some definition of unthreatening and an investigation, but that they would be put on automatic unpaid leave while the investigation was taking place. And I think it's very important that we have something like this with teeth that will make sure that these types of shootings that we've experienced and violent encounters we've seen throughout the country are not things that go unnoticed and unchecked. And so a lot of people have stated, we know that we have a tremendous amount of responsibility. Our law enforcement does. We have a very tenuous situation right now. Seems like weekly we're hearing about cases, occasionally even people being shot in the back. I think this would discourage any of that. in my opinion, in very few circumstances should somebody be shot in the back, running away from, not running to a situation to create a dangerous environment. And so I know that that item will be more controversial. It will be subject to some criticism, but I think it's the discussion that we need to have. And ultimately, we need to reduce the amount of encounters that produce situations where not only do we have trauma to the families that experience the shootings, the city then has additional major traumas, and ultimately us as council people have to approve oftentimes large sums of money being paid out as a result of some of these actions. And I think all of those things impact all of us, and they obviously impact our general fund. And so they do have consequences much beyond just the actual encounter. They have a huge ripple effect. And so I'm looking for ways to have discussions and ultimately outcomes, as Councilman Carr talked about, that will stop unnecessary shootings of people in Sacramento, and hopefully something good will come out of this, and maybe it will be applicable in other places as well. And so I'm not suggesting that all of the kinks are worked out, but I do think it's worthy of discussion, and that will be something that I'll be prepared to bring forward in a couple of weeks when we come back.
Thank you, Councilmember Warren. Thank you very much. Let us now move to the public testimony. It's 9 o'clock. We've been at this for 4 hours. After the public testimony, we will come back and take the motions that are necessary for some of the items that are teed up for action tonight. So, Ms. Cuffey?
I have 29 speakers in the queue. May I have the first caller, please? May I have the first caller, please? Welcome to the City Council meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, this is Robert Copeland. I live in District 4. I think qualified immunity should be gone. Peace Officer Bill of Rights should be gone. Why shouldn't police have more rights than the public? Any lawsuit involving the police should not come out of the general budget. It should come out of the police officer pensions. This $5 million that Mayor Steinberg wants for a new program, that should come out of the police budget. The impact team should be gone, because why should police officers deal with the homeless population to get them into a shelter? Really? I don't think so. Measure U, I think the City Council should follow the Measure U Commission and reduce some of the police officer budget that they're getting from Measure U, cut the police officer budget in general, and put it where it's really needed in the communities. You're going to hear a lot of other people that are going to agree with a lot of what I'm saying. I think Al Warren's ideal about the police officers, if they shoot an unarmed citizen, they should be suspended, and if they're found guilty of doing wrong, they should be fired and prosecuted for murder. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Yes, hi. Hello, Sacramento City Council. My name is Alice Walker, and I live in District 5. Can everyone hear me okay?
Can.
Great, thank you. I'm calling today to express my concern on police reform, the proposal update. The budget needs to be amended to completely defund the police department and divert the funds to the community. These efforts of reform have been proven to fail at the cost of countless Black lives. We don't need the law enforcement. We need housing, we need healthcare, food, good jobs, education, free public transit, and resources for small businesses and undocumented people. We need crisis intervention programs with trained professionals who are educated on how to de-escalate different forms of crises. We need members of our communities and neighborhoods to lead these programs. Additionally, we must honor our word for Measure U and spend the money the way it was intended to be spent on inclusive economic development, housing, and supporting those dealing with homelessness. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name's Jacob. I'm calling regarding the Sacramento Community Police Review Commission recommendations to improve and enhance accountability and transparency of the Sacramento Police Department. The recommendations are just that, recommendations, not actual changes. The recommendations provided are vague and leave room for interpretation. Too often, they are interpreted through feelings of a threat versus facts and reality of a true threat. The language used in this document, like most police reforms, do not create real change. This is because there is no root changes in the way police function. Police officers should be held accountable to the same degree that they have power. The current laws and policies given to police officers, they give all the power to police officers that allow them to manipulate all situations to their favor. It is legal for police officers to lie in order to, quote-unquote, catch a criminal. What police do to citizens of the United States of America regarding the use of force is literally war crimes outside of the country. We cannot ignore the fact that police officers are humans who also break laws that they swore to enforce. If we want to keep current police, stronger laws, policies, and root changes to the departments are needed in order to hold the police officers accountable for their actions. In reality, police officers have too many jobs for what they're trained for. Real change would be to break down the current police and restructure and create departments who will handle situations accordingly. Create departments with specialized professionals and not all in one army knife. We cannot ignore the fact that higher police budget lowers the budgets for education and other critical departments. The police budget is creating some of the issues that they're asking for more money to solve. They're the abusive partner saying it's your fault, I'm hitting you. The stronger the police are, the sneakier the criminals will get. I don't have all the answers, but it's clear that stronger policing and bigger police budgets are creating more issues than they're solving. For example, the increase in gang violence in Sacramento you all talked about.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Police budget is $1.2 billion, and the school gets less than half. I'm done.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Mayor Steinberg, council members, my name is Ellen and I live in District 4. I am asking you to defund the police, not reform them. If you truly want systemic change, as I heard Mayor Steinberg say earlier this evening, you must divest from the police. Keeping the police status quo maintains and upholds the systematic oppression of our community. We can do better by our neighbors. Spend the Measure U money as it was intended. Remove all military-grade equipment from our police system. They should be immediately disarmed and removed. Additionally, I'd love to see you guys work with the police union to disband qualified immunity, but these concerns are more pressing for this moment. I would like to see the values of safety, systemic change, and care reflected in our budget so that Sacramento can become the leader that this state needs right now. We have an opportunity to truly continue to be the state capital that this state needs right now, and I really encourage you guys to think about that as you discuss the budget later on tonight, so that the Sacramento police are truly less likely to kill my Black and brown neighbors. The way to do this is through defunding. We've seen time and time again that reform doesn't work, and you even heard the guy who was giving suggestions sort of allude to that in his own recommendations to the police force. Please do not continue to invest over 50% of the city budget in our police department. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Jolene Russell, and I'm a resident of District 4. I'm calling to express my concerns about the proposal for fiscal year budget for 2021. This budget invests too much money in the police department. This budget reflects your leadership and reflects how much you care for Sacramento and the people of Sacramento. The budget needs to be amended to completely defund the police department and divert the funds towards the community. Increased policing makes our communities vulnerable to violence. I'm urging you to invest in communities, not police. We do not need law enforcement. We need housing, healthcare, food, good jobs, education, free public transit, and resources for small businesses and undocumented people. We need crisis intervention programs with trained professionals who are educated on how to de-escalate different forms of crisis. We need members of our communities and neighborhoods to lead these programs. During a pandemic, our communities need access to healthcare, housing, and food, not racist policing. Community safety is equitable access to housing and healthcare, not tear gas and rubber bullets. Black, Indigenous, people of color have already been more impacted by this health and economic crisis. Increasing funding to police makes them even more vulnerable to violence. Our communities have already experienced devastating loss at the hands of racist police. I am rejecting Mayor Steinberg's fiscal year 2021 budget proposal. I am demanding that the budget be adjusted to defund the Sacramento Police Department and to divert that money towards investing in our communities. In addition, I am demanding that you do not buy unpaid prison labor. This is slavery, and the citizens of Sacramento do not support it. Lastly, you must honor your word to use the funds from Measure U and spend it the way it's intended to be spent on inclusive economic development, housing, and supporting those dealing with homelessness. Minneapolis and Los Angeles are already taking defunding actions. Now it's our turn. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Evan Minton. I regret to let you know that you are still missing the mark because you are still not listening to the most impacted communities who are experiencing over-policing and police brutality. To meet this moment, you need to listen to, work in close collaboration with, and be responsive to the communities that are closest to the pain. I want you to know that members of the broader community who haven't been paying attention before are now, and we are taking action. We are becoming stronger, forming coalitions, and becoming organized. This is taking place every day. In regards to the Inspector General proposal, this is important, but it is not independent enough. A police review commission, rather than a new city position, should be tasked with these duties. The commission should have full independence and authority to investigate officer-involved shootings and use of force incidents that result in serious bodily injury or death. The commission should also have decision-making power and be composed entirely of civilians without any current or former members of law enforcement. Additionally, as always, I ask you to listen to the community and do not bloat the police department's budget any further. Instead, reduce their budget by no less than 50% of the proposed funding in the upcoming fiscal budget and develop funding reduction strategies for the next 4 years with deep community involvement. Please return the Measure U funds approved for the SAC PD and spend it as originally promised. Please demilitarize our police, starting with expanding the use of chemical agents, and invest in mental health first. Thank you very much for your time and for having this important meeting.
Thank you for comments. Next caller, please.
All right, I'm going in, y'all.
Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. I want to start off by saying that I am extremely offended that after 4 hours of public comment being put off by all of the tactics that you all use to stall before you got to listen to the public is extremely appalling. It is not the word that Mayor Steinberg has used for the past 3 years. It is not professional or decorum. So I just want to also say that 8 cannot wait. 8 can't wait is so subpar. It is something that we as a community have been screaming for since Joseph Mann was murdered. We screamed again for it after Stephon Clark was murdered. So 8 can't wait means nothing to us. It's crumbs. And so when we talk about revolutionary, because what came out of Steinberg's mouth tonight is that this is revolutionary. No, my dear, this is not revolutionary. Revolutionary would be dismantling the police altogether and then building it up from the bottom, because there are so many cracks in the foundation that it will never work. I want to also mention to Angelique, you mentioned in regards to domestic violence that there being a need for police. I want to tell you that in this moment, because of Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and George Floyd, and so many other Black people in community, that Black people don't trust the police. So even when we are experiencing domestic violence, we are not calling the police. You can best believe that. So yes, there's a concern. And you mentioned that officer, and you threw her name in, Sullivan, into this conversation. So to build a platform for why you support the police. We know why, because you continue to take money from the police. And that's who you protect, and that's who you serve. At the end of the day, we know that to be a fact because you continue to take money from them. To throw her name in this conversation, which has nothing to do with this conversation, she was killed because she was a rookie cop, and her lead...
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
My final comment is that we need to defund the police. And Measure U money needs to go to defending Black community members. And what we've done up to this point...
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Flojan Kofer, and I would like to echo the last caller's statements in saying that it is incredibly unfair to go over 7 items and only give the public 2 minutes to cover all of them. It's also very clear that these proposals are rushed and not fully developed, and true responsible governance means that before committing to budgets, we actually need to see the numbers, because the savings could be much higher than what was quoted tonight. The public health approach to creating community safety actually works. Evidence shows that investments that address healthy development, trauma, financial instability, and housing prevent violence before it ever gets to the point of a police intervention. It's produced gun violence and improved community safety. And we have evidence of this even in a limited and underfunded capacity right here in Sacramento with some of the programs that were named earlier that are completely independent of policing. The council has repeatedly said tonight that there are critical pieces of information that they don't know. But let's be incredibly clear. These pieces of information are knowable. The data exists. And there are experts, including experts right here in the Sacramento community, who could co-design this with you quickly and efficiently. There also just is a limited commitment to where these funds are coming from, and it's very clear that some of the challenges that have been created are caused by the way in which we do emergency services, and we need to reform them, and that's where this money needs to come from in terms of being able to create community-grounded things. So multiple things need to happen at the same time. We need to stop diverting money to police that was promised to Measure U for inclusive economic development. In order for this to work, we should be deferring to those community-grounded initiatives and investing them enough to do their work. We should not be conflating them with policing by lodging them in between 8 can wait and other debunked and mythical ideas that are not actually grounded in science. The police commission should be given full authority and independence, not something that's lodged within the city's structure. And MH First exists here in Sacramento 3 days a week and is already doing emergency response and should be the one that you are going to with the authority.
Your comments, your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yes, that should be the primary organization you are consulting with about how to divert 911 services away from the police. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Claire Link Overstar, and I'm a resident of District 3. Mayor Steinberg and City Council members, as a resident of Sacramento, I believe very strongly that police reforms do not go far enough. They do not work, thus it is long past time to defund the police. The institution of police is racist, and issues of police brutality cannot be fixed with reform. Policing has a racist history in targeting people of color, thus it does not have a place in our community. The City of Sacramento needs to take the money given to the police department and reinvest it in communities through social programs that provide education, housing, and health support. This puts the money directly where communities need the most help. I'm here today to ask you as the mayor and the city council to act monetarily on the demands of the community and defund the police and reinvest in essential community services. Too many lives have been lost to police violence, and this needs to end now. The city of Sacramento needs to stop taking massive amounts of money from the police and start protecting its community members. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, thank you, everyone. My name is Claire. I am a special education teacher in South Sacramento. District 4 is where I live. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm deeply disappointed that the council chose to detract from the grave reality of systemic police abuse and execution of Black and brown people by focusing on gang violence in this conversation earlier tonight. Language and how we frame conversations is very important in distorting or preserving truth. So I choose my words carefully. Racism is a crisis. Police maintaining their jobs after killing Black and brown people is a public health crisis. If a person is engaging in dangerous behavior that does not serve them nor their community, we must not exterminate them with police, but provide an environment conducive to their growth. As a special education teacher, I have had a student throw a chair at me, engage in aggression. Did I de-escalate the situation? Yes. Did I need to use a gun and shoot my 11-year-old student? No. I believe police should be held to the standard at the very least. You have always had the ability to not cater to law enforcement, yet council members, most of you, choose to cater to them most of the time. You need to defund law enforcement, cut their share of the fiscal budget in half. That will be real progress. We do not need your philosophizing. We need public safety for Black and brown people and people living in poverty. If we stop treating Black and brown people like they need a master to oversee their behavior, i.e. heavy police presence in lower income communities and at Black-led demonstrations, and if we invest in the actual communities with resources themselves, then maybe we'll see less violence as people don't have to vie for resources. State-sanctioned violence is eliminating Black and brown people. This is a genocide and we need to act now. Or Black and brown people will continue to be annihilated. Perhaps we can reduce this violence by reducing the police. Also, is it fair to ask
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment?
Is it fair to ask Julius of Advanced Peace for data when the council itself has not taken the data of police abuse and Black and brown execution seriously? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council. Caller, you're on the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council. Please proceed.
Hello, my name is Andrew Jones, and I live in District 2. As a teacher, I would like to echo the previous caller's sentiments that with proper training, de-escalation tactics can be used instead of violence. However, the police are not the institution to learn this because they are steeped in systemic racism. Therefore, the fiscal year 21 budget invests too much money in the police department. Budget is racist, deadly, and murders Black and brown people in Sacramento. Therefore, the budget reflects your leadership and reflects how much you care for Sacramento and the people of Sacramento. The budget needs to be amended to completely defund the police department and divert the fund towards the community. Increased policing makes our communities vulnerable to violence. Invest in communities, not police. We do not need law enforcement. We need housing, healthcare, food, good jobs, education, free public transit, and resources for small businesses and undocumented people. We need crisis intervention programs with trained professionals who are educated on how to de-escalate different forms of crisis. We need members of our communities and neighborhoods to lead these programs. During a pandemic, our communities need access to healthcare, housing, and food, not racist policing. Community safety is equitable access to housing and healthcare, not tear gas and rubber bullets. Black, Indigenous, and people of color are already more impacted by this health and economic crisis, and increasing funding to the police makes them even more vulnerable to violence. Our communities have experienced devastating loss at the hands of racist police. We remember what has happened to Stephon Clark, Ryan Ellis, Mikkel McIntyre, Antonio Thomas, Marshall Miles, Fajon McClellan, Dejan Flanaugh, and Daryl Richards. I am rejecting Mayor Steinberg's fiscal year 21 budget proposal. I'm demanding that the budget be adjusted to defund the Sacramento Police Department and to divert that money towards investing in our communities. Defund the police, dismantle the police, and abolish the police. Minneapolis and Los Angeles are already taking defunding actions now. It is our turn. We can do it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the City Council meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you very much. Mayor, council members, city manager, my name is Richard Falcon, artistic director of Teatro Nahual, a Latino-based social justice theater company, but also a member of your police review commission. When Councilmember Jennings asked me to be part of that group 3 years ago, I came into that with a lot of thought, a lot of discussions with my community, and I decided to go into it. And I can tell you that it has been a long, long journey. And I want to thank the previous leadership, Bascom, Karen, and now Mario, for helping to lead us to where we are today. I got to tell you that I am very, very optimistic in your discussion of going forward to expanding our role in providing recommendations, bridging gaps with the community, and coming together to try to make sure the voices of Sacramento are heard. And I fully support all the recommendations that my fellow commissioners and colleagues have put forward with you today. I also want to take the time to say that I really love the idea of organizations with Julius's presentation, with Advanced Peace and other organizations, in finding ways to keep them funded and get them to do the work that they need to do. I live in Valley High, and I'm really, really excited at the work and the progress that can happen there. So please, I urge you to keep going with that, get those organizations funded. And again, I look forward to continuing to serve you with the Police Commission. And Councilmember Jennings, thank you once again for appointing me to that position. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. My name is Victoria Mapton. I am a resident of Midtown Sacramento, and I am reluctantly represented by Steve Hansen. My first comment is to voice to the public and to the council that this meeting should have taken place before the end of the fiscal year, as opposed to the obtuse theatrics of postponement that we've been subjected to as your constituents. The condensing of this topic to a single item in order to push public comment to the end of hours-long meetings, and this has happened more than once, is indicative of your quickness to take advantage of the pandemic and of our inability to congregate in person to express our displeasure with your lack of action. Secondly, I would like to point out that the oral report provided against A Can't Wait and the recommendations of the Commission undermines the entire police argument for having a department in the first place, especially an overfunded one. If the department response to these proposals is to state that they are already being enacted, it is clear that the SAC PD either is inept or refuses to do the job of community service. Again, if your argument is that you are already performing your recommendations, which have been publicly on the table for half a year now, it highlights the incapability of the police department to reform, as Steinberg is pointing us to. The mayor and the city manager are continually reprimanding our community for looking at the money, but we know what we're talking about, and it is insulting to suggest otherwise. If you really wanted to make a move in good faith, Mayor, you would be allocating this funding from the police budget to go to this new response, rather than city general fund. You clearly all know what defunding the police means, but your reluctance to the label is spineless. And so, finally, in the spirit of the Los Angeles City Council heard around the world, and the fact that the general public is learning to pay more attention to you in the city council meetings, I yield my time and fuck you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Good night. My name is Sara Garcia. I live in District 3. I agree with the previous callers about the format of the public comment here today and all the issues that they've raised. I'm really disappointed because a lot of you seem to be really aware of how empty the talk of reform and accountability are. I'm disappointed in your lip service to the issue while being beholden to the police department still. won't even consider enacting so-called reforms without first getting the approval of the police department themselves. How do you expect us to believe that you'll be able to reform a system that you cannot control? The only way you're going to make a difference is if you take their power, their guns, and their funds away. Regarding our city manager, Mr. Chan, I urge you to resign immediately, as you have failed to be a responsible warden of the police department. If you do not resign, I urge the council to remove you and replace you as city manager. Hayden Steinberg, you're right. We don't trust you. You have no credibility. Regarding the diversity training and inclusivity, as we can see under the leadership of Chief Han, diversity will not fix racist structures. Any attempts of achieving equity and inclusion will not save us from police violence. Just look at the way the incident or the way that protesters were shot and gassed in last month. Okay, we cannot reform our way out of this racist system. We must defund and restructure. I do support the Office of Community Response. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. My name is Zoe Kipping. I'm a resident of Midtown. I wanted to say that I appreciated Alan Warren's comments about having a non-armed force and about automatic unpaid leave. I think that would be an excellent addition to the slate of reforms proposed. It's a nice first step to move away mental health and welfare checks from armed police response. But furthermore, we need to not only work on defunding the police budget, but decriminalizing homelessness, decriminalizing sex work, and taking a serious look at code enforcement reform, which tends to displace people into the category of homelessness and causes many evictions. It's well to apparent to people who live in the city and move about the county that there's a lot of crime on the rise. The other day I was serving to the homeless and I came upon what was definitely a chop shop, which was only blocks from a police parking lot facility. It's well known where people are human trafficked and where there are open sex markets. Our law enforcement on the take, and that's why these continue, because it's obvious to our eyes where things that are crime or are more dangerous are unfolding, and yet we don't get response, and yet we spend all this money on police overtime. I think it really speaks to the ineffectiveness of law enforcement, and again, I just don't understand why we still have officers who slayed members of our community that are still wearing badges in this city. Howard, you need to fire those officers. We need a police reform.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
We really need subpoena power, investigative powers to the Police Reform Commission. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Samantha Corbin, and I live in District 6. Let me start with this. Your policies are the problem, not the opposition to them. There's a saying in politics, show me your budget and I'll show you your values. While members of city leadership speak about an equity lens, your actions betray those words. What does that mean? It means Measure U funds that many of us worried would not be used as promised must in fact be used as promised, as has been called for not only by the community at large, but by the chair of your own Measure U Oversight Committee, Flo Copper. You should listen to her. It means you must invest in our communities of color so that all Sacramentans have the opportunity to be safe, healthy, and successful. And to be clear, over-policing is not an investment. It means that you can no longer put forward budgets that are systemically and inherently racist and call it good. It's not enough to nibble around the edges of reform. Yesterday and today, you have debated bare minimum policies that should have been implemented years ago according to data, to science, and at the desperate pleas of the people of color in this town. You didn't listen to them, so they marched. You told them they couldn't march. They marched anyway, and then you arrested them. It is your policies that are the problem, not the opposition to them. We have consistently heard from Sacramento's Black community about biased, terrifying, and deadly experiences with local police. If you can't find it in yourself to believe them, then believe your own eyes. Their stories are in the news every day. As a white woman living in East Sac, I have never had to worry about my daughter's safety at the hands of Sacramento police, and that is true for many of my white neighbors. Today, I call on those neighbors and my other neighbors of privilege to show up in numbers too big to ignore and call on this city council and the mayor to do the right thing by our Black, Brown, and API
Thank you
neighbors.
for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make a final comment, please?
Your budget, your reform plans ignore the thousands of voices that have been marching in the streets, begging to be heard and to be safe. Your policies are the problem, not the opposition to them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
I'm from District 4, and I'll be clear. Nothing about this meeting is remotely democratic and has nothing to do with racial justice at all. It's clear to me that not one of you are actually listening to the people's demands, much less actually care about the crisis response alternatives like Mental Health First that already exist within your own city and county today. The 8 Can't Wait campaign has already been tried, failed, and debunked by countless police and prison abolitionists, which is why several of Campaign Zero's own organizers jumped ship after intense public criticism. If we're addressing a problem of widespread police violence today, why are we proposing policy that's already widespread? For example, 62% of police departments already require warnings before shootings, and I dare any one of you to show us how a warning would actually stop a real shooting. 2, Chicago Police Department had the duty to intervene policy for years, with hundreds of use of force cases and 0 officers having ever intervened. It was already policy in Minneapolis when 3 officers stood by and watched George Floyd's murder. 3, use of force continuum is already implemented by 85% of police departments and primarily serves to expand the arsenal of options police enjoy so they can explore even more options to use force with even more impunity, such as Dallas Police Department's use of a bomb retrieval robot to murder a cornered suspect. We need lasting systemic transformation that leads to sustainable justice, not another generation of incremental reforms that have been tried over and over again with no success. If you truly wish to honor the work of community members fighting for racial justice, you need to go bigger than big chokehold bans, additional training, and more bureaucracy. It starts with the demands, which include returning the 73% of Measure U funds you took from for police and fire and spend it on youth and inclusive community investment as you originally promised. Second, defund the SAC PD budget by no less than 50% of its proposed funding in the fiscal year 2020-21 budget and develop funding reduction strategies for the next 4 years with deep community involvement, not like you had tonight. 3, disarm SAC PD of its military-grade weapons and equipment, starting with the citywide ban on the use of chemical agents and less lethal ordinances against protesters, including but not limited to...
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Beanbag rounds and concussion grenades. 4, invest in mental health first and other county health services that already exist today. Fuck you very much for wasting my time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Paul, District 4. The reality is that we need investment in community programs. The promised Measure U money needs to be spent the way it was promised to be spent, or the citizens will never believe you when you ask for money in the future, including money for schools or further development. The reality is that we need officers to be held responsible. This means no peace officers' Bill of Rights to hold peace officers to different standards. The reality is that they are at a different level regarding their interaction with citizens, and the potential for violence is much higher, as we have seen multiple times in recent years. We need qualified immunity removed from the law. I encourage the City Council to do what it can with regards to that and to encourage the removal at the statewide level as well. Officers need to be held responsible, and the only way we can do that is to have transparency with regards to previous incidents of excessive force and death at their hands. We need to end the transfer of problematic officers to new police agencies as a way of rotating around bad cops the way some religious institutions rotated around priests who molested. This doesn't end the problem and moves it to another area who will undoubtedly have to deal with similar incidences occurring in the future. If I kill someone, I don't just lose my job, I lose my freedom. And it's ridiculous that we act as though an officer losing his job is commensurate. All politicians in city and state government need to stop accepting political donations from police officers' unions. It sells out citizens who want community investment and results in the redirecting of our tax dollars to areas of city government that we don't want to spend on. Our millions in tax revenues
had your wallets to the tune of a couple $100,000. And that isn't what we want. We need responsive politicians. Whether it's you or future primary challengers, it's up to you. As I previously stated, we need to invest in the community. Community investment and opportunity is tied to the incidence of poverty, the ability to succeed, and the potential for a bright future. Investing in that future has the potential to remove future criminality. Either we expand policing indefinitely or we work on new solutions that empower communities to advance in a system stacked against them. Reform isn't enough. We need a drastic modification of how policing is done, as has been done in cities around the country. Either we can lead for once or follow as we've done for decades. Always playing catch-up isn't a good look. It can't wait is a start, but it needs to have more community involvement to ensure encapsulates what the citizens want. Engage leaders in the
Thank you for your
community.
comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Engage leaders in the community throughout the entire process. They have thought about all of this for decades. It will save you time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening. My name is live in District 4 in the wonderful neighborhood of Alkali Flat. This may be the first time in my life that I can ever say I agree with and support every single commenter that has called ahead of me. It's never happened before. And this unity at once is impressive, but also a stark contrast to the vacillations I have seen in this council meeting tonight. And I've heard a lot of, oh, you know, we have limited funds. Do we really have the budget for that? Where's the data? And first off, I want to say if we want to enhance accountability and transparency, we can find the funds by clawing them back from the police department, especially Measure U funds, which were promised in the campaign to pass that measure to go to economic development. And I've been looking over the numbers, and that's not what is happening. At least it looks like 74% of Measure U funds are going to police and fire, mostly to police. And those really need to be going where they were promised. Secondly, I do appreciate the discussion of there being a 911 alternative. I think instead of trying to rebuild the wheel, consider consulting with and investing in programs that are already happening, like MH First, which is currently a volunteer-run initiative. I agree we need to be conscientious and investigate and see what's right, but there are a lot of people who are already experimenting and innovating on the ground, and we should be including them and investing them in this discussion, not just trying to find which person in the city manager's office can do this. Again, I support all that has been said before me, and I hope that you will listen to our suggestions. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Kelly Maitland from District 6. And first, I request that you pay attention. Ashby, that's you. Pay attention to those of us who are speaking, since we had to literally listen to you say nothing for 4 hours. This is the most asinine grandstanding I have ever seen in my entire life. And I was raised in a white-led Southern Baptist church. By starting this meeting discussing gang violence, you intentionally laid the groundwork to defend your position that the police are necessary and it's impossible to defund or abolish them. Then you made us listen to long, dispassionate speeches of supposed minuscule revisions to law enforcement policy, basically indicating that, yeah, they're fine. They don't really need to change. Sacramento PD does not give one single flying flip about policy changes because they know that Mayor Steinberg, wherever the hell he is, and DA Schubert will not hold them accountable for the murders that they commit. There's been a lot of talk about language and syntax tonight, and I think I've discovered our disconnect. You do not speak the language of the people you represent. We are crying out for you to make morally and ethically upright decisions, begging that you defund and abolish the police, but it is impossible for you to hear us when you only speak the language of power and money. So let me make this as simple and clear as possible. Police reform does not work. Police training does not work. Increased police budgets do not work. You need to create and implement new community social services that are not founded in white supremacy and that actually care about the health and welfare of people of color and Black citizens. I'm sorry that Mayor Steinberg, again, wherever the hell he is, doesn't believe in defunding the police. But you know what? I don't believe in funding any more of your
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yeah, you're a bunch of bumbling bozos. Get your act together.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, I just wanted to say, my name is Danny, by the way. I just wanted to say that I am extremely disappointed in the council, especially right now, as none of you are paying attention. Angelique, I see you. Look up, look at your webcam. We all know you're playing on your phone. You were having a side conversation before when other people were talking, and we just want to defund the police. They are militarized when they are unnecessarily, when it is very unnecessary. We should be taking funding away from the police in order to create specialized groups that train in de-escalation, that a 911 operator can call into a situation based on what is happening in the call. We should not be here having to risk our lives because of corrupt police officers that you don't want to take the money away from because they give you your money. Because that's what's happening. That's exactly what's happening. And we don't want any more of these deaths to happen. We don't want any more chemicals thrown at us. We don't want any more rubber bullets thrown at us. And you know what? I think you want it to continue to happen because you are allowing it to happen. I do not agree with your budget plan. Defund the police now, please. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. My name is David Loretta Mola, otherwise known as And Yes. I am one of the original Creative Economy recipients, and I constantly represent the city nationally and internationally at competitions and otherwise with my art. And I've got a whole speech in front of me, but I'd rather just tell you a story. As a kid, I lived in New Hampshire, and I had a lot of mental health issues that were undiagnosed. I was a very angry kid. And I fought, and I hurt a lot of people, including myself. I've attempted suicide more times than I can count. And the program that saved me was not suspension from school, was not expulsion, was not an officer arresting me and putting me in juvenile hall. It was a program put up by the middle school. And that program was a peer mentorship program where I learned how to manage my own emotions, but also manage and work with and mediate those of others. In a time of severe changes, Sacramento needs to continue being a forerunner for positive change and an example for other cities to follow. That requires, though, that you truly listen to the needs and of the people you serve and process what their lives are like. You have a Measure U committee with an extremely bright, intelligent, and qualified series of voices like Ms. Kofer, who have given their recommendations to you, including a budget that is far more appropriate than the one offered by this council. Please defund the police. Please rework this budget and make sure that our communities can be taken care of. Our problem is that we feel like the city council does not listen to us. We feel ignored, and we feel like we've been pushed aside rather than consulted at all. And not being part of that process is part of the problem. So, thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. We have 19 more callers in the queue. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you, Mayor Steinberg and the Sacramento City Council for taking my comment. I sincerely hope that you all are listening because that flies in the face of disrespect for it just shows how much disrespect you have for the people that you are supposed to serve, to not be listening at this moment. My name is Sarah. I live in District 6. I am leaving this comment because I am concerned with the fact that the police reforms, as you have said, will end up increasing the budget for the police. I feel as if the police budgets are already overinflated. It does not make sense to me that Mayor Steinberg is unwilling to consider diverting police funding toward community programs, despite the demands of many community members, as you can see, to defund the police. My view is that reforms are just symbolic gestures that do not actually lead to less police violence towards those who are Black, Indigenous, and people of color. The reason why the violence continues is because police very rarely get charged or convicted when they break the laws concerning use of force. I also question the effectiveness of training. Racism is an issue that is at the heart of police culture, and I don't think that racist police officers will have their minds changed by ethnic studies courses. I would like the council to make sure that whatever funds they do intend to use for police reforms come out of already existing police funds. I would also urge Mayor Steinberg to reconsider his views on defunding the police. It is clear that the police need to be demilitarized. That policing can be reallocated to programs that strengthen communities in need. For example, we can restore funding to schools so they have more counselors and psychologists. What we need to do is deal with crime at the source by solving issues that lead to poverty and poor mental health. We must reinvest in healthcare, education, housing, and job programs for our underserved communities. We have plenty of money to do this. And
thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comments, please?
I believe that the City Council cannot justify the amount of spending that they have put towards police. It is absolute disgrace that this is allowed to continue, and the Council is not even discussing the problem that we are facing with inflated police budgets.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Nala Raja. I'm from District 4 with the terrible Steve Hansen. Is it possible to demand a pause until Steinberg returns? Where is he? No? Okay, I'll move
Mayor
on.
Steinberg is currently on the call.
I've been listening the entire time, but thank you.
Fabulous. If you all could also stop swiping on your police tender and listen to public comment, that'd be fabulous. I'm continually disgusted every week by the blatant circle jerk happening amongst City Council and the police. Your need to give kudos and thank yous to each other every 5 minutes for literally doing nothing the public has asked for you is not only tone deaf, but violent. You're perpetuating violence on the city by militarizing your police force and pushing the blame on our communities. When you say we have an issue with gang violence, so many of us assume you must be talking about the police you love so dearly. You perpetuate violence when you pass funding to the police that we could be using to provide resources to our communities. You perpetuate violence when you draw up these meetings having the police talk about revisions on protocol they obviously don't follow. And you perpetuate violence when you allow their community to be brutally detained, shoot us with tear gas and rubber bullets, and arrest people practicing their rights. You and your police are the gang. Defund the police or give up your seats and vote no on all items that we've talked about tonight except 1E.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council. Welcome to the meeting, caller. You have 2 minutes to address the council. Welcome to the meeting. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Mandy Poti. I'm a member of District 1. I'm calling today to say that Sacramento PD does not need these half-hearted reforms. It needs to be defunded. I have read through the proposals made by the council members and found them incredibly lacking. Not one of them mentioned defunding or reallocating money from Sac PD's bloated budget. Councilmember Ashby briefly mentioned reallocating money from police to fund 911 alternatives earlier in the meeting, but everyone keeps dancing around the issue in their actual reform proposals. And Councilmember Alan Wayne Warren suggested that police hand out business cards as a reform, and I'm wondering how that would have helped Stephon Clark, who was murdered in his own grandma's backyard with a cell phone in his hand. The officers who killed him, by the way, officers Terrence Mercadale and Jared Robinette, were found not guilty by the DOJ and were actually allowed to return as active duty officers. The same DOJ that Assemblymember Kevin McCarty is suggesting we have investigate all cases of police misconduct, by the way. Regarding the 8 Can't Wait solutions, these have been widely criticized by activists, and even some of the organizers themselves have come out to say that the necessary central strategy of the movement should be divesting from the institution of policing entirely. The inefficacy of the suggested reforms is also evident. For example, one is to ban the carotid artery chokehold. The use of this chokehold was banned in New York since 1993, but that didn't stop NYPD from murdering Eric Garner in 2014 using the very same chokehold. I also don't know how a verbal warning before shooting is supposed to prevent death. The police cannot be reformed, they can only be defunded, and the people will not be satisfied unless the SAC-PD are defunded. Either listen to your constituents or be voted out. Thank you.
Thank you for comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good meeting. I would say thank you for your time, but literally nobody's paying attention. I'm talking to you, Councilmember Ashby. First of all, great tactics tonight starting this meeting about violence and gang violence. You understand that the communities that have this violence are literally the communities you do not invest in. Our communities face these issues because you invest $150 million for the police that terrorize those communities. Instead of investing in the needs of our communities, such as public education, community centers, and after-school programs, you invest in police with your racist budget. The cops that police our libraries have salaries that are larger than the funding those libraries get. You understand that libraries are safe spaces for families that don't have childcare, for people experiencing homelessness, for youth who do not have after-school programs and need after-school tutors. I need you to understand that your decisions as leaders affect the lives and well-beings of the people of Sacramento. Your racist budget affects the lives and the well-being of the people of Sacramento. You are literally not listening to us. 7,500 people have signed the petition to defund SAC-PD. 7,500. We do not want police reform because we do not want police in our cities. We do not want police in our communities. Reform does not work. Policing does not work. The 8 Can't Wait policies will not work. Jails and prisons do not work. The system does not work. Policing and incarceration does not work. It does not disappear the social issues in our societies. It disappears the black and brown lives in our cities. It contributes to the underlying problems we face. I did a survey of the community and 750 people participated. They want you to defund the police and specifically invest in mental health and wellness, public health care, child and youth development programming. And that is all I have to say. Thank you, not thank you, fuck you, Council Mayor Ash, bitch.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello. I just wanted to say that based on your campaign contributions, it's very obvious as to whom you represent. And I just hope that you know that most of these are Democrats in name only, dinos, because Democrats are supposed to represent the people, demos, and you do not represent the common people. The common people are those that are speaking to you tonight. It is not the associations of the police and the apartment owners and all that. It is the people talking to you tonight. And we in unity are saying defund the police. Do not invest in big moneyed interests. Do not invest in the police who were founded to represent merchants and represent politicians and represent slave owners. The police have a history that we've tried to reform, and reform does not work. It's no longer an option. We must defund the police. This is not a viable option. Black and brown communities do not trust police. How is that going to work? This is no longer the option. Defund, invest in alternatives, stop throwing money at things that don't work. Invest in the root of the problem, which is poverty and lack of health care, lack of economic opportunity. It is so simple. How do you not realize this?
We can't just band-aid the issue and keep throwing money away because it just perpetuates the issue of poverty. Please stop this. Do something that's right. Stop being a dino because like the dinos, you will die out. And we will vote you out. Good evening.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Danielle, and listening to the meeting tonight, I'm concerned that the council is introducing police reform proposals without a serious engagement with the public. And what's being presented tonight is largely performative and a begrudging response to the current social climate. These proposals that you all shared tonight will not change outcomes. So before moving forward with these proposals, please create space to have the community give input that will result in effective policies that reduce the contact that police have with the public, creating a budget savings that can be transferred to organizations like the already existing Mental Health First and Advanced Peace, along with other organizations that provide effective programming that supports communities' actual needs. Involve the community in telling you how to build not just a community response office, but a community response infrastructure for the city. The Sacramento community is ready to have a conversation about redefining community safety in a way that backgrounds the role of police and creates real investment in community supports. And that starts with returning funds to the Measure U Commission and following their proposal for how the second half cent of the Measure U tax is spent. Also, regarding the Inspector General, what steps will you take to avoid what happened with the Sac County Sheriff, who chose his own inspector, demanded fidelity, usually got it, and when he didn't, he actually locked that man out of his office? So how will you keep the Inspector General for the city from becoming a figurehead role, much like the current role of the Director of Public Safety? And I actually had an occasion to work with the County Inspector General in his role, and he had no power, couldn't help us. The community response proposal needs to specify its structure. There should be no connection between that office and the police department, and it's important to fund existing programs that can do this work, such as more funding and expansion of Advanced Peace and investment in Mental Health First, which is run by a psychiatric nurse with trained volunteers. Kathy Lester earlier mentioned that we have limited resources, and so police are often deployed.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
It's important to connect the dots and recognize that we have limited resources because we overfund the police, and we need to correct that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name's Giovanna, I'm in D4, and first I want to say that it's rather obtuse to go through all the items without allowing comment on each sub-item. It's like you're deliberately suppressing the voices by keeping everyone up until you decide to be done. It's really inconsiderate to, facilitate time for your other speakers and then leave the members you represent until the very end. I want to start with the fact that the PD all the funds must be reallocated to real social services like housing, food, education, mental health, general health care, infrastructure improvements, all these things that really create the community where kids aren't, as the chief said, got to do the dirty work. There's no dirty work that the kids will do if they have neighborhoods that support them. I also wanted to critique his citing of ShotSpotter. Use whatever search engine you have and you'll find reports citing that it's faulty. Also, what's the purpose? Like, if officers show up, file a report, like, what did you even purchase the Silicon Valley solution for? Also, regarding 8 Can't Wait, it's embarrassing that the capital of the state, that leads the nation, has not adopted these policies already. It's embarrassing. Instead of saying deadly force, you need to say the more accurate, shoot to kill. Don't sugarcoat it. The officer also provided an example where it's infeasible to provide a verbal warning. And of course, when a car is going to ram you, they're going to shoot. Also, they really cared about using vehicles as weapons. Drivers that hit and kill pedestrians in these poor communities would be tried as murderers too. Again, I want to highlight how embarrassing it is that we're trying to do these changes today in the year 2020. What have we been doing for the last 10, 20 years? Furthermore, the PD doesn't need to be responding to barking dogs
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yeah, but all the stuff that they respond to, kids can be trained to file this report. So you don't need armed officers responding to kids skateboarding. Just file a report. File a report.
Thank you for your comments.
Really need to reallocate.
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Malcolm, and I'm from District 5. I want to start off by saying that this entire meeting has been absolutely shameful. You invited several police to monologue and congratulate themselves when the police are the problem. Police are terrorizing the community, and it's disgusting that you think that they deserve a say in these changes. The police are the problem. Where were the black community members and organizers in this meeting? Why didn't you invite any of the countless victims of Sacramento PD? Council members, you spent 4 hours rambling and congratulating yourself, and you give us only 2 minutes. You need to stop ignoring the emails, ignoring the phone calls, and ignoring the public comments. We are overwhelmingly demanding radical change and defunding the police. Your proposals are not revolutionary, and they are not what we need. We are not asking for stupid business cards and another toothless inspector. We are demanding that you defund the police. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
My name is Elena Dana Cochea. I'm a Sacramento resident and a graduating student from UC Davis. I feel that the members who are supposed to represent us are failing us during this time. You are completely detached from the violence our citizens are experiencing. I don't see any of you marching with us for change. I don't understand how someone with your privilege and position at this table could consistently let us down and fail to enact change. We need leaders who are bold enough to challenge the norms that are killing us and depriving us of humanity. We need these funds directed to healthcare, education, and housing. We must defund the violence by defunding SAC PD. We must recognize that the police are a racist branch funded by our government. It is succeeding in its mission to incarcerate and murder people of color. I am disgusted that Anne Marie Schubert received over $13,000 from police unions after the death of Stephon Clark. I often say I have no heroes when I think of our political figures. You are all too afraid to do what is right, and so I wonder why you run it all, why you waste our time. You aren't out here dodging rubber bullets and tear gas, which are abortifacients, by the way. A genocide of people of color will not be tolerated by Sacramento or the nation. Law enforcement has evaded all forms of accountability for their violence on people of color, and now we are collectively witnessing your role in this violence and how you fund SAC PD. You will not be able to evade accountability. The city will not remain silent under your complacency. And I thank you for my limited time tonight.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. First, I want to address the fact that several people in the community felt disrespected by the fact that it seemed like council members were not paying attention during the public comment section. So I do want to address that quickly. But also, as a teacher in the community in District 1, I want to know what we're going to be doing specifically about Measure U. Again, $60 million roughly are given to the police department in Sacramento when we don't even have $4 million allotted for housing. If we were to allot at least half of that for housing, we would be able to also boost jobs in the area as well as house the close to 6,000 Sacramento houseless community. We know that gang violence is a huge issue right now in the streets and kids are dying. So we know that the police typically don't solve these, but that community members do. I know that you mentioned Voices of Youth and other programs, looking at sports programs like Coach Terrence's TMP program. We need to be investing into the community. Gang prevention is not through police, but it's through community activists. It's through community builders. And again, we know that allotment is $4 million for teen centers and community engagement. And again, what could we do if we double or tripled those numbers? And I just want to imagine a world where people don't need to commit crime because they're not poor. Their basic human needs are met. And I really just want us to start being compassionate human beings in everything that we do, in spreading love and grace through the way that we allot these resources to people in our community. Because if you read the Constitution, since I'm an 8th grade history teacher, we're taught that this is for the people and by the people, and the people are demanding a change and to be represented in every aspect. And so I'm just really imploring City Council to really, truly look at what the population of the city is asking for, look at where they're hurting, look at where the needs are, and address.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Again, as a teacher, I just really hope you guys start to look at the people in the community and what's best for them.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Come get on this side with us. Get on the right side of history. You know the right thing to do. We acknowledge that it's hard to step out of your comfort zone, to be brave, to be unpopular in a pool full of cool kids, but come on, isn't it time? Your residents are suffering from unemployment, pandemics. The most vulnerable of us are considered essential or expendable workers. Meanwhile, the sheriffs in your jails are refusing to wear masks. Police are taking half of our city's budget to moonlight as poorly trained social workers. Who among you is brave enough to say racism is a public health crisis? Police terrorism is a public health crisis. Mental health first volunteers are filling in the gaps where you, our city leaders, have failed. Their time and sacrifices should be honored. I see you're considering supporting AB 2054, and you should. It's programs like Mental Health First that inspired and informed that piece of legislature. The people are demanding their money back for Measure U. The people are demanding that you take back your power and our money from the men with guns who were guarding the doors. There's no time like the present. Councilmember Ashby, I saw your child. I just put mine to bed. Do something other than introduce weak policy. Show them what it's like to be brave. Lord knows that's what I'm doing for mine.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Adriana. I'm from District 6. I'm born and raised in Sacramento. I'm just here to say that the simple fact that you're only considering to reform the police at this point has only proven how much you guys are willing to instigate and provoke violence in our communities, and it's really heartbreaking. Reform is really just a mere band-aid that only gives the oppressors, which is the police and law enforcement, more opportunity to find a loophole to excuse their murders. Our communities are suffering from generational trauma induced by your corrupt policies and systemic environmental racism. These generational traumas result in these high crimes that you guys were speaking about earlier when you were talking about gang violence, and I think it's really ironic that you focus most of your meeting on that when your oppressive and systematic tactics are what make our communities so underprivileged and so violent. I am asking that you guys listen to us and understand that we are not asking for reform. We are asking for you to defund the police. We are asking for you to put this money into community programs that need it more. People were talking about how community organizations are what keep people out of these gang violences that you guys are speaking about. Put that money into where you guys are actually talking about instead of making reform, instead of putting more money into the police. Listen to us. That's all we're asking you. You have the power, and you don't really even deserve this power in the first place. We're asking you to dismantle these structures of oppression, implement direct action in defunding the police instead of investing in programs that are and instead investing in programs that are in higher priority. Our kids need healthier meals, and our homeless communities need homes and restorative aid. Our communities need health, mental and financial and health support. You have my time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
My name is Robin Ayers, and I'm a social worker based in District 2, but I work largely in South Sacramento. 8 can't wait is a nice idea, but we are dealing with grossly flawed, abusive, and racist systems, and these 8 are far too late. We need to build, strengthen, and invest in our city. Policing does not do that. It detracts from and damages our community, especially Black, brown, unhoused, and poor communities. Even 8 can't wait states the end goal should be absolute liberation from policing, defunding police, and reinvesting in community. This means investing in housing for all, education, mental health, addiction services, parks, youth services, and more. Policies are nice, but policy alone doesn't improve community. Action does, and we need to see this council invest in actions that will strengthen our communities. At every turn, the question you should be asking the community is, what do you need, and then further defund SAC-PD to accomplish that. In regards to the 911 alternative response, I want to see the city fund MH First, which was formed in an effort to minimize unnecessary police interactions with those in a mental health crisis, as folks are at greater risk of death, harm, or arrest at the hands of police rather than the care needed. MH First is a Black-led, community-led, all-volunteer organization incorporating mental and medical health professionals and other trained volunteers. Fully funding a program such as this will eliminate the criminalization of folks in need, creating a healthier community. Cahoots in Eugene, Oregon is funded for $3 million a year for a population of about 250,000. The Sacramento proper is about twice that size. I would ask that MH First be funded with at least $6 million a year. To go with another option would be to ignore the labor of community members who have given of themselves to the benefit of our community. Do not cut the community out if you want it done right. We are watching. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. And I have 5 more callers in the queue. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, City Council. It is 10 p.m. Way to go. Let's just start there. First of all, 2018, y'all had the chance to do the right thing. Your period of listening and learning and writing letters to the fucking Sacramento Bee, Darrell Steinberg, about your racism and about how you want to be accountable and blah, 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 blah. Listen to us. We are telling you, we don't care about your experience. Your experience is irrelevant. Listen to the people. And you know where that starts? It starts with listening to the Measure U committee. Let's listen to Dr. Flo, her quote, make it make sense, because none of our fucking city budget makes sense. None of it. How is it that SAC-PD is getting 51% of the Measure U budget? How is it that SAC-PD is getting 45% of the entire city budget? See? I'm just grossed out by y'all. What we need to do, folks who are listening to this on live, find these addresses, go to these homes, let's turn the music up fucking loud. Lose some sleep. Are you looking now, Ashby? Huh? Ah. Done. Jesus Christ. Listen to your Measure U committee. We are so tired of you. Fuck.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Catherine Link Oberstar. I'm a resident of District 3. I'm calling today to ask that you amend the city budget to defund the police. You spent a lot of time tonight in this meeting talking about all of the things that police are not equipped to do well, and about the need to find money in the budget to fund public services that meet these needs, homeless services, mental health services, and otherwise. And you continue to hem and haw about how we can possibly fund these much-needed services that police cannot provide, when the answer is right in front of you this whole time. The police do not serve the community in the way that we need.
And you must be bold in this moment and defund the police and move this money back to real community services that are proven to work. This won't happen overnight, but we need you to commit to beginning this process immediately, to speak boldly and act boldly and stand up against police unions by laying out a plan to defund the police and invest in communities. Police reforms simply do not work. They don't protect communities because the system of policing is built on racism and operates by police protecting their own. We must instead dismantle the system and invest in communities who know how to care for one another. We need to provide access to housing, to health services, and mental health professionals to intervene in a safe and productive way. As the mayor and the city council, it's your job to represent your community. I'm so proud to be here tonight calling in with all these other amazing members of our community who are speaking up for what is right in this moment. You must defund the police and redirect this money to essential community services. We've lost too many people to police violence. This has to end now, and we must rethink our budget to reflect the needs of our community. We will remember your inaction during this time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Am I on?
If you are, please proceed.
Thank you. Hi, I'm calling from District 5, and I'm calling because I know Mayor Steinberg to be a very skilled and a very thoughtful legislator who's experienced and understands the importance of how we frame issues and framing them correctly. And so when I see an agenda with 7 items about policing begin with gang violence, it's hard for me to believe that the mayor didn't see or didn't notice how disrespectful that would be. It feels like deflection. It feels like a distraction. It feels like gaslighting. And it looks like systemic racism. It looks like public trying to participate in a conversation about policing only to be insulted right off the bat for the first hour and a half of the meeting. So I really appreciate the people who stayed engaged. And I think tonight the council has missed a huge opportunity to be on the right side of history. And I hope that this council will change course and quickly.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, good evening. My name is Caitlin, and I'm a resident of District 6, and I want to thank you for taking my comment. I believe there's nothing more important than listening to the public right now. The people who are speaking here are not doing this so that you can check a box and say that you listen to the public. That is how government has always worked, and even those of us working in government know that is not working right now. You have to actually listen, and you have to act because it is not about you. You have to do more than offer this opportunity at 10 p.m. after an inappropriate and meaningless meeting. Listen to the community in the streets today. This is your job. I am raising my 3-year-old son in our city, and I want to believe in Sacramento. But police reform is not enough. Training is not enough. Rushed and reactive government is not enough. You know this. You have a chance to do the right thing and to save lives. We are calling on you to reduce the Sacramento PD budget by no less than 50% of its proposed 2021 funding and develop a funding reduction strategy for the next 4 years with deep and authentic, not symbolic, community involvement. You also need to vote to demilitarize the police, and you must spend Measure U dollars with direct community investments as they were intended. This does not include law enforcement. Do the right thing and serve the people. Listen to the voices of the Black community. Listen to the people who spoke before me. Listen to the voices like Dr. Flo Coffer, who present you with the answers you need. Pay attention. She and other community members are giving you a gift that you did not earn. Accept the gift. This is a life and death matter. You know this. Start here. address how deep white supremacy culture is embedded in government. Actually address racism, putting community first. Reduce funding for the police.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
The community is telling you what you need, what we need. Listen and act. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, good evening. This is Mona Tawatow from District 6. I'm joining in the many critical statements already made about starting the meeting by focusing on gang violence, about the structure of the meeting and not really making it conducive to real public participation, and then most of all, the failure to take really bold steps that are needed now and to do the right thing regarding Measure U. I do believe that Mayor Steinberg has it right in terms of framing the real issue as structural racism. I think that's correct. And I would just add to that that you have to look at this historically. It's not about Chief Hahn or any individual person, really, not just about that, but it's about a broken system that has a history in the slave patrols and you know, sort of this legacy that's never really been reckoned with. And I think it's really important that the district, that the council and all of you be operating in that reality. So going back to, yes, the framing is correct. What I'm hearing is a disconnect between that framing and what's been proposed, and including starting the meeting with gang violence and just maybe not understanding or not thinking about how that perpetuates structural racism. And I'm just really concerned about some of this, speaking to that disconnect, I'm really concerned about statements that have been made tonight that show a lack of understanding, just for example, about mental health, people with mental health disabilities and their propensity for violence, which is really low. Things like that are just very troubling in this conversation and in this discussion. I'll just also say that...
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yes. I have experience in giving implicit bias trainings, and I think the consensus is that that is not the answer for this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you, and good evening to Mayor Steinberg and members of the council. I know it's late. It's Cassandra Jennings with the Greater Sacramento Urban League. I just want to mention to item E. I have been listening to all the discussions, and I really want to encourage the council to take some actions that are different. Remind you that it is not business as usual. And so as you go forward, please don't look at this item or others as sort of institutional and as you've always done it. I hope that it will be open and inclusive and creative. And top of mind for me in item E is about the intentionality. And I have 3 points. One is in inclusion in the development and implementation of this new sort of model for public safety response. And let's not get into the same difficulties that we're having in our response now. So let's focus on diversity, on cultural competency, on geographic connectivity, mental health, and as Councilmember Ashby had mentioned early in the conversation, to use appropriate community-based organizations, because that's the second point, because I think that's going to be more creative to really reach and serve our community better. And the third and final point is about training, which I heard a lot from the speakers before, whether it's police, fire, or in this new sort of creative model. Training is essential if we're going to have different outcomes for black people and people of color and everybody in this community. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Mayor, I have no more callers.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and thank you to the members of the public for calling in, for your passion, and we do hear you. And as I said, this is not the end of the discussion or even the middle. It's never too early to make change, but it's also never too late. And what we are presenting here tonight are the beginnings of systemic reform. And so we've got 3 items that need action tonight. By the way, I do want to say on the gang issue, which a number of people have called about, the purpose of agendizing that is to come to a council consensus about investing hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in gang prevention, to invest in the very things that many of the callers are calling for. It wasn't to increase law enforcement resources to tackle the gang problem, but just the opposite, to invest in intervention and prevention. I would encourage all of you who have called to actually look at the parts of the city budget which you don't acknowledge, including the millions of dollars of investment in community pop-ups, youth programs, what we're doing with the COVID money, which I know doesn't matter to many, but if you believe that money is money, we are investing tens of millions of dollars in inclusivity, including a lot of youth and prevention programs. And yes, it's not enough, but it still should be acknowledged. We've got 3 items to take action on here tonight. One is I need a motion on establishing an inspector general and to authorize the city council to work with our OPSA director to begin the process of, and the city management to begin the process of funding and the hiring of that function, so that we create, with all of the intent described during the discussion, full independence, investigatory power, and the obligation to produce findings, conclusions, and recommendations independent of any other aspect of city government. Is there a motion?
So moved.
All right, thank you. That's been moved by Councilmember Carr and seconded by Vice Mayor. You get the right, please call the roll on the motion.
Mayor Pro Tem Ashby?
Yes.
Councilmember Warren? We'll come back to Councilmember Warren. Vice Mayor Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Hanson?
Aye.
Councilmember Chenier?
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings?
Aye.
Councilmember Carr?
Aye.
And Mayor Steinberg?
Aye. That motion passes. We'll get right to that. The second motion is to make a down payment, and only a down payment of $5 million to invest in a non-law enforcement response to 911 calls that do not require police. And to authorize the city manager to look inside or outside, but to designate an interim lead person to help begin developing and organizing this, and to report back, obviously within a number of weeks, for a further in-depth council discussion around the magnitude of calls and the kinds of calls that we would intend to shift to this new department, because that's a fundamental piece. Is there a motion?
And I'd like to make a motion, Mayor.
Oh, and go ahead, MJ.
Yeah, that should include the fire department in the analysis and recommendations.
Thank you for that reminder. I appreciate that. That includes, Councilman Chenier makes that motion.
Second.
Sure.
Seconded by Councilmember Guerra. Please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Ashby?
Yes.
Councilmember Warren is absent. Vice Mayor Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Hanson.
Aye.
Councilmember Chenier.
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings.
Aye.
Councilmember Carr.
Aye.
And Mayor Steinberg.
Aye. Should also add, obviously, I think, Ms. Jennings, Cassandra Jennings' comments about involving the community, and this being a community partnership is an essential piece of this recommendation. All right. Lastly, we want to go on record supporting Assembly Bills 1506 and Assembly Bill 2054. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Ashby.
Yes.
Councilmember Warren is absent. Vice Mayor Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Hanson.
Aye.
Councilmember Chenier.
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings.
Yes.
Councilmember Carr.
As currently written, aye.
And Mayor Steinberg.
Aye. That motion passes. All right. Are there any additional council or city manager comments? All right. I thank you, members. I thank the staff, and mostly I thank the members of the public for a long but very, very important hearing, not the last. If there's nothing further to come before the city council, we are adjourned. Thank you.